Hey there, welcome back. Whether you're hearing this for the first time tonight or you've been settling in with these stories for a while now, I'm really glad you're here. I'm Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're diving into something that tends to linger a little differently than other horror, the kind that works its way into your mind quietly. We're exploring stories that are psychological and mind-bending, the sort of tales where reality starts to feel just slightly off, where logic frays at the edges. We have 4 stories lined up for you tonight. First, there's the office desk that's organized by tomorrow's tasks. A story about arriving at work to find something impossibly arranged before it should exist. Then we move into the hallway that stretches longer when I walk it backwards, where the simple act of turning around becomes something deeply unsettling. After that, we have I keep finding my reflection wearing clothes I haven't chosen yet, which explores that uneasy feeling when something familiar becomes strange. And we'll close with the guest room where someone else's sleep disturbs my bed, a story about the weight of something you can't quite explain. If you've enjoyed these stories before, please do hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It really does help us keep this going. Now, get yourself comfortable. Find a good position. Adjust your pillow. Dim those lights a little lower. Maybe grab something warm to drink if you'd like. This is your space to unwind. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The office desk that's organized by tomorrow's tasks. The fluorescent lights in the office have a frequency to them that I stopped noticing after the first 6 months. But on certain nights, when the building is empty and the sound travels differently through the corridors, I hear it again. It's like a high, thin whistle caught in the ceiling, or maybe it's just electricity itself, nervous and restless in the wires. I was coming back from the bathroom when I heard it most clearly. The hallway was dark, except for the panels of light spilling from my desk area at the far end of the floor. 3rd floor accounting, my floor, the one I usually inhabited alone after 7 in the evening. The bathroom mirror had shown me my own face, tired, reflected under those same hums, and I remember noticing my collar was crooked. I straightened it without thinking. These are the kinds of gestures you make when you spend most nights by yourself in a place designed for dozens of people. The walk back felt longer than it should have. The carpet had that particular smell of old air conditioning and something like dust, though I'd never actually seen dust on these floors. The building cleaners came through at 5, and by 7 the space began its slow exhale into stillness. I liked it. The work was easier when no one else was there. Fewer interruptions. Fewer reasons to pretend I was more engaged than I actually was. My desk sits closest to the windows, a position I'd negotiated my first week. The corner of my monitor catches the city lights at night in a way that's almost pleasant. The rest of the floor behind me is just empty desks, keyboards covered in plastic, chairs pushed in at identical angles, like a photograph of an office rather than an actual place where people do things. When I turned the corner and saw my workspace, I stopped. The papers were moved. Not shuffled or disturbed, moved, arranged. This is a small detail. It should be meaningless. But my desk had a system that was entirely mine, and I knew it the way you know the layout of your own apartment in the dark. I had left it at 6:30 with my current project, the Waverly account reconciliation, spread across the left side of the surface in 3 stacks. The stack closest to my keyboard was the one I needed to finish tonight. The middle stack was verification documents. The third was flagged items. Now those 3 stacks were still there, but to the right, arranged in a precise line running parallel to my monitor, were 5 new stacks. Papers I hadn't touched all day. I stood there for what must have been 30 seconds, just looking at them. The afternoon light through the windows had gone completely, so the only illumination was the desk lamp and the ambient glow from the building's after-hours safety lights. My desk lamp was warm and yellow. It caught the edges of the paper stacks in a way that made them look almost dimensional, almost intentional. I didn't remember leaving those documents there. More than that, I didn't remember thinking about them. The first stack was the Franklin projections for next week. The second was the Hardy account, something I hadn't looked at since last Thursday. The third was expense reports from the Portland branch. The fourth, I had to lean closer to see it. Personnel billing for the Chicago office. And the fifth was untouched correspondence from Janet in operations, the same envelope that had been sitting in my inbox since this morning. All 5 stacks were arranged by size, smallest to tallest, with each stack oriented identically, the top corner of each angled at what looked like exactly 45 degrees. I pulled my chair back and sat down. The movement was automatic. My hands were cold. The first thought was that I'd done this myself and forgotten. This is the kind of explanation the brain offers immediately, before it's even considered the alternatives. You rearrange your own papers sometimes. You make systems and then abandon them. The mind is not reliable about its own actions, especially in the evening, especially after 8 hours of spreadsheets and reconciliation. But I have always known what my hands have done. I have always had a clear memory of arranging things, and I did not remember arranging these stacks. I opened my drawer and pulled out my calendar. Not the digital one on my computer, but the paper one I actually kept up to date. I flipped forward from today's date, just to confirm what my next week actually looked like. Tomorrow, Waverly reconciliation, noon meeting with Bennett about the Q4 variants, 3 o'clock call with Portland. The Waverly reconciliation was already arranged on my desk. My half-finished project, the one I'd planned to complete before leaving. That made sense. But the Franklin projections? I didn't have a scheduled time for the Franklin projections until Thursday afternoon. The Hardy account wasn't on my calendar at all. The Portland expense reports weren't due until next Friday. Personnel billing from Chicago had no marked date, and the operations correspondence from Janet was just sitting there. I went through each stack one by one, checking my calendar against the arrangement. The papers had been ordered, placed in a precise sequence, according to some schedule that I hadn't written down yet, or had written down somewhere I couldn't find. The office hummed around me. The lights continued their thin, restless frequency. The windows showed me only the reflection of my own desk, the papers, the top of my head bent forward. The rest of the city was out there somewhere, but I couldn't see it. Only the glass and my own face superimposed over the darkness. I was probably working too much. This is what I thought. I was probably so deep in the rhythm of these accounts that my hands were organizing the work automatically. Muscle memory and institutional knowledge bypassing the conscious part of my brain entirely. It wouldn't be the first time. I'd once found myself halfway through an email I had no memory of starting, only to read through it afterward and realize it was perfectly composed, exactly what needed to be said. I reorganized the stacks back to the way I knew them. Waverly first. Everything else returned to my inbox in order of when they'd arrived. The papers made a soft shushing sound as I moved them, reassuring, the normal sound of normal paper in a normal office in the evening. I worked until nearly 11. The Waverly account reconciliation took me 2 hours longer than I'd anticipated. A subtle error in one of the underlying journal entries that required tracing back through weeks of previous calculations. By the time I found it, verified the correction, and updated the spreadsheet, my eyes had that particular digital exhaustion that makes everything slightly too bright. When I stood up and gathered my things, my desk looked the way it should look. Neat, organized by my own logic, ready for tomorrow's work. The papers I'd rearranged were back in their inbox. The warm yellow light of the desk lamp caught nothing but ordinary blank surfaces. I locked my computer, straightened the chair, and made my way toward the elevator. The hallway was darker now. The after-hours lighting had dimmed further, or perhaps they were on some kind of timer I'd never noticed. The bathroom mirror showed me my reflection again, tired, but relieved to be leaving. I hadn't straightened my collar. It was crooked again. Or maybe it had never been straight. The drive home took 40 minutes. Traffic was light at that hour. The city shifted around me in the car, highways and overpasses, the predictable sequence of red lights becoming green lights, becoming red again. I didn't think much about the papers. By the time I pulled into my apartment complex, I'd already convinced myself it was nothing. Just a day when my attention had been divided. Just a mistake in my own memory. Just the kind of thing that happens in offices where people work alone too much. I came back the next evening with absolutely no sense of dread. This is the strange part when I think back on it. No instinct triggered. No warning. I simply returned to my desk, set down my bag, and looked at the surface in front of me. The papers were rearranged again. This time it wasn't the same arrangement. This was different, more precise. There were 6 stacks now, not 5, and they were oriented not just by size, but by some other logic I couldn't immediately parse. The smallest stack was on the far left, but the others didn't increase in size in a simple progression. Instead, they rose and fell in a pattern. Small, medium, small, tall, medium, large like a skyline that followed some mathematical principle I wasn't equipped to identify. And these weren't papers from my desk. These were papers from my inbox. Documents I hadn't even begun to review yet. Correspondence I wouldn't have reason to look at for at least another day, possibly longer. I stood very still for a moment. The hum of the fluorescent lights seemed louder, more insistent. Then I did the only thing that made sense. I opened my security access on the computer and pulled up the footage. The building security system is one of those older, grainy systems that records to a server maintained by building management. I had minimal access, just the ability to review footage from the camera that covered my immediate desk area, supposedly for asset protection. I'd never actually used it for anything. I scrolled back through the timestamp. The camera shows the desk lamp, the windows, and the edge of my chair. I was looking for anyone at all. Custodial staff, a manager, a colleague who'd come back to grab something. Anyone who might have touched those papers. I went back to when I left the previous evening. The timestamp showed 11:47 p.m. I watched myself stand up, gather my things, and walk out of frame. The desk remained visible, empty, orderly in the way I'd arranged it. Then I scrolled forward, 12:15 a.m., 12:45 a.m., 1 drawer a.m. The desk never changed. The papers didn't move. I kept going. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. The darkness visible through the windows remained absolute. The lights overhead cast the same even illumination. The desk was still empty, still arranged the way I'd left it. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. And then the light from outside began to shift. The very first suggestion of early morning, the sky beginning its slow transition from absolute black to dark gray. 6:30 a.m. The desk was still the same. 7 a.m. Building staff began to arrive. A security guard walked through the floor unseen and unconcerned, visible for only a moment as he passed near the camera's range. 8 low a.m. The office began its morning sequence. More people. The lights brightened to their daytime setting. Ordinary life resumed. And somewhere in that footage, somewhere between the time I'd left and the time I'd returned, the papers on my desk had been reorganized. But I had watched the continuous recording. I had seen nothing. No hands. No movement. No visible interruption in the sequence of moments. I sat back in my chair. The sensation that accompanied this realization was strange and difficult to name. Not quite fear. Not quite anything that had a clear category. A kind of dissonance between what I was certain I'd seen and what I knew I'd witnessed. I pulled up the file properties on my computer, looking for some logical explanation. Maybe I had accessed these documents without thinking about it. Maybe I'd opened them, reviewed them, and arranged them, all in some state of distracted autopilot. The kind of thing you can't quite remember, but that leaves traces. The files showed their last access times. None of them had been touched by me. The timestamp for the personnel billing from Chicago was nearly a week old. The Hardy account hadn't been opened since last Thursday. The papers on my desk had been arranged according to an access schedule that didn't match my own computer log at all. I sat there with my hands on my keyboard, feeling the plastic texture of it, feeling very aware of the fact that I was alone in the office. Most of the rest of the staff didn't come in on Fridays anymore. Some new policy about remote work that I'd been grandfathered out of because of the nature of my accounting position. Fridays meant the third floor was essentially mine. The papers remained arranged in their strange skyline pattern. The smallest stack on the far left, then medium, then small, then tall, then medium, then large. A sequence that meant something to someone, just not to me. I reorganized them again. Slowly this time, deliberately, trying to embed the memory of each movement into my consciousness. These papers go back to the inbox. These go in the filing cabinet. These I actually need to work on, and they should be on my left side, in the order that makes sense to me. The office hum continued. My hands made the papers rustle. Everything proceeded as it should, but there was a question now, sitting just at the edge of my awareness. A question I wasn't quite ready to fully form, because forming it would mean accepting something about the nature of what was happening that I didn't yet have any framework for. I worked the rest of the day normally as I could manage. The papers stayed where I'd put them. No movement, no rearrangement, no sense of anything wrong. By the time I left at 6 that evening, I had almost convinced myself that the early morning arrangement had been a mistake. Perhaps I had arranged them myself and simply forgotten. Perhaps the security footage had a gap I hadn't noticed. Perhaps there was a reasonable explanation I simply hadn't found yet. Perhaps the word sat in my mind like a small stone in my shoe, not painful enough to stop walking, but present, impossible to ignore. Monday morning arrived with that particular cold clarity that comes after a weekend spent in deliberate normalcy. I'd spent 2 days not thinking about the papers. I'd cleaned my apartment, gone to the grocery store, watched television with the kind of focused attention that felt almost aggressive in its ordinariness. I told myself, moved past it. But my hands were trembling slightly as I turned my key in the office door. The 3rd floor was dark and silent as always. The security lights in the hallway cast everything in that particular institutional gray that only exists in office buildings after hours. My desk sat exactly where I'd left it, and the papers I'd so carefully reorganized into their logical stacks were still arranged the way I'd placed them. Still arranged. Not yet rearranged. That word, yet, was the problem. It had taken up residence in my mind over the weekend, unmovable, a parasite of anticipation. I found myself sitting down before I'd even turned on my computer, staring at the papers as if I could keep them in place through sheer force of observation. Nothing happened. Nothing moved. The office hummed its standard hum, the sound that had been present in that space probably since the building had been constructed, so familiar that usually you stopped hearing it entirely. This morning I heard every frequency of it. By 8 o'clock, I'd begun to believe again in reasonable explanations. Perhaps it had been a one-time thing. Stress, lack of sleep, the human mind's tendency to find patterns in randomness. There was a name for that, pareidolia or something similar. The same phenomenon that makes you see faces in clouds or in the dark. Except these papers had been rearranged in a pattern too specific to be random, and the security footage gap was real. I tried to work. My position required a particular kind of sustained focus, the type where you move through columns of numbers and they begin to exist in a certain grammar all their own. A language that makes sense only if you don't think too hard about what it represents. Money, assets, movement of capital through accounts. It's meditative work if you let it be, and I usually did. Today, I kept lifting my eyes to look at my desk. Nothing was different. Every time I looked back at my screen, I half expected to find the papers rearranged in my peripheral vision to have missed the exact moment of transformation. But it never happened. By noon, I had almost convinced myself again. Around 2 o'clock, I noticed something small. The coffee mug on the corner of my desk, the ceramic one that had been there for 3 years, the one with the faded logo from a conference I'd attended in 2021, was turned facing a different direction. It had been facing my computer screen. Now it was facing toward the window. I stared at it for a very long time. Had I moved it? Could I have moved it without noticing? Muscle memory, automatic movements that don't register consciously. It was possible. People did things all the time without being aware of it. You could walk to another room and not remember the journey. You could drink an entire cup of coffee and only realize it when you saw the empty cup in your hand. Except I remembered specifically where my mug had been. I'd looked at it that morning. I always looked at the same things in the same sequence. When I sat down at my desk, it was a ritual of settling, of marking the transition from the hallway outside to the space that was mine. So, had I moved it? Or had it been moved? I spent the next 2 hours in a kind of low-grade monitoring. Not obvious, not paranoid, but aware. I noticed things, the way the afternoon light shifted across my desk at certain times. The fact that the office temperature fluctuated slightly around 3:15. The distant sound of someone using the restroom on the second floor, pipes groaning through the walls. The building settling, making small adjustments to itself, the way old things do. None of it explained the mug. By the time I left at 6, I had moved it back. My mug faced my computer screen where it should be, and I tried not to think about why that gesture, the small act of returning it, felt less like restoring order and more like leaving a message. Tuesday was worse, not because anything dramatic happened, but because I was waiting. I came in with a specific intention. I arranged the papers in a pattern I created consciously and then wrote down the arrangement in a notebook I'd bought specifically for this purpose. 7 stacks. The tallest one in the middle. The others arranged around it in descending height. A specific configuration that I drew on the page and labeled the time and date. Then I watched. There was no way to work while watching. So I sat at my desk and told myself I was reviewing quarterly reports, but my eyes kept drifting to the arrangement of paper. Waiting. The way you wait for something you know is coming, but not when. Nothing happened. By noon, the absurdity of my situation had begun to crystallize. I was sitting in my office, a grown person who paid taxes and had a retirement account, watching papers as if they were going to transform into something else, as if inanimate objects could rearrange themselves according to laws of physics I didn't understand. Around 1 o'clock, I made a decision. I would work normally. I would check the papers only at specific intervals, say, every hour on the hour. This felt rational, manageable, like I was taking control of the situation through a controlled experimental methodology. At 2:00, the arrangement was different again. Not drastically. Not in a way that would have been obvious if you didn't know what you were looking for, but different. One of the stacks I was certain had been on the left side was now in the middle, and the tallest stack, which I had positioned at the center, was now slightly to the right. Had I moved them? Had I worked without realizing it, my hands rearranging things while my mind was elsewhere? This question, which I'd asked before, now felt increasingly inadequate. I bought a camera on Tuesday evening, a small one, the kind you could mount on a shelf or a door frame. I told myself it was for security purposes. The papers had been rearranged without my knowing. It made sense to document the office space. Perfectly reasonable. Completely normal. I spent Tuesday night in my apartment installing the camera's software on my laptop, figuring out how to position it for a view of my entire desk. By the time I went to bed, I felt something that might have been relief, or might have been a deeper kind of dread disguised as relief. Wednesday morning, the camera was already mounted when I arrived at work. It took me several seconds to process this fact. I stood in the doorway, staring at the camera attached to the filing cabinet beside my desk, a camera I had not installed. A camera I had brought to the office in my bag but had not yet set up. My hands went cold. There were several logical explanations. Someone from it installing security cameras, building maintenance, a colleague I'd forgotten about, except no one else had access to the third floor on Wednesday morning. Except the camera wasn't a standard office model. It was mine. The same model I'd purchased, the same model I'd carefully packed in my bag while standing in my own apartment, which was now installed and waiting. Waiting for what? I sat at my desk. I didn't approach the camera. I couldn't bring myself to touch it, to examine it closely, to confirm beyond doubt what I already knew was impossible. If I didn't touch it, it could still be a mistake. A similar camera. A model that looked the same but wasn't actually mine. Probability favored misidentification. Except I recognized the small scratch on the lens. I'd made that scratch myself yesterday, sliding it into my bag. I remember the moment clearly, the small jolt of irritation at myself for not being more careful. I worked through the morning in a state of suspended disbelief. The papers remained where I'd left them. Nothing else on my desk seemed to have moved. The camera just sat there, neutral and dark, like a small eye watching everything. By noon, I still hadn't touched it. Around 2:00, I received an email from a colleague, Morgan, from the accounting department upstairs. Hey, it read, "Did you ask it to install cameras on your floor? They're asking whether we authorized it." My fingers hovered over the keyboard for several minutes before I responded. No, I typed. No cameras installed. There might be a miscommunication. The response came quickly. They're saying it's definitely on 3. They've got it in the system. I looked at the camera, looked back at my screen. The light indicating an active internet connection was solid, steady, unblinking. I didn't respond to Morgan. The rest of the afternoon moved in a kind of suspension. I sat at my desk in a state that wasn't quite panic, but also wasn't quite calm. It was the feeling of standing on a platform and feeling it shift slightly beneath you. That moment where you know something fundamental has changed, but you're still waiting for your body to catch up to the knowledge. When I left at 6, I didn't look back at the camera, but I knew it was still there. Recording what? I wasn't entirely sure. Thursday was the day I came in and found my apartment key on my desk. I stood in the doorway for a long time, staring at it, not touching it, just looking at the small brass key sitting among the papers I'd reorganized, positioned carefully at the center of the desk, placed there with clear intention. This key lived in my apartment. It hung on a hook beside my door. A key I'd used that morning to lock my apartment after I left. A key I'd kept in my pocket during my commute. A key that should have been nowhere near this office building. I walked to my desk slowly. I didn't sit down. I just stood over the key and looked at it, the way you might look at something dangerous and still alive. The camera was still there, still pointed at my desk, still active. I had checked the footage last night. I'd spent 3 hours looking through video after the papers shifted yesterday afternoon. Hours of footage showing my desk, the papers remaining stationary, nothing moving, nothing changing. Except the papers changed anyway. Between one time stamp and the next, the arrangement was simply different. No movement, no hands visible. No explanation for how inanimate objects had reorganized themselves according to a logic I couldn't follow. I reached down and picked up the key. It was warm. Not body temperature, but noticeably warmer than it should have been if it had been sitting on the desk for several hours. Still warm, like someone had just been holding it. I put it in my pocket and sat at my desk. I didn't work. I couldn't work. I sat there with my hands on my keyboard, not touching it, while the office hum continued and the camera watched. And somewhere in the building, beyond the reach of security footage, the explanation I needed continued to elude me. The question that I'd been avoiding since Monday had finally taken full form in my mind. It sat there, heavy and unavoidable. What if the arrangement of papers wasn't a mystery to solve? What if the arrangement of papers was information? What if something was trying to tell me something, and I had been far too slow to understand? I looked down at the desk. The papers were arranged in the same pattern they'd been in when I arrived. That pattern. The sequence that didn't match any filing system I recognized. The skyline of stacks that looked like it meant something. Tomorrow, I thought. Tomorrow they'll be arranged differently again, and I'll understand what they're saying, or I wouldn't. And that might be worse. Friday morning arrived with a quality of light I'd never noticed before. The same fluorescent hum, the same recycled air, the same view of the parking lot through the third-floor window. But something in the basic composition of the day had shifted. The colors seemed slightly off, as though I was looking at the world through glass that had been tinted the slightest shade of wrong. I hadn't slept much. I'd sat in my apartment looking at the key on my kitchen counter, the key that should never have left my apartment. And I'd tried very hard not to think about what it meant that something in my locked office space could move through the physical world in ways that defied the camera's witness. The papers had been rearranged again. I found them that way when I arrived at 7, 30 minutes before anyone else would come in, before the office filled with the small sounds of coffee being made and emails being opened, before I would have to maintain the careful fiction that nothing unusual was happening, that I was simply a person having a normal week at an ordinary desk in an ordinary building. The skyline was different now, more complex. The stacks were taller in some places, shorter in others. The arrangement had grown, evolved. It was as if whatever pattern I was being shown had refined itself, become more intricate, more demanding of interpretation. I stood in the doorway of my cubicle and looked at it for a long time. Then I started photographing it. My phone. Every angle, every stack, the spaces between. I documented the arrangement the way an archaeologist might document a site before excavation. I needed to see if the pattern would change as I looked at it directly, or if its rearrangement only happened in the gaps between observation, in the moments when I wasn't watching. By the time my colleagues began arriving, I had 47 photographs in my phone. Morgan came by around 9. She was carrying a coffee and had that Friday morning expression of someone counting down the hours until freedom. She glanced at my desk and then at me, and I saw her take in the fact that my desk looked like a filing system designed by someone having a particular kind of crisis. "Everything okay?" she asked. The question casual, but with that edge that suggested she already knew the answer. "Fine," I said. "Just reorganizing. It's quite an organization." I didn't respond to that. I just smiled, and Morgan left with the careful politeness of someone extracting themselves from a situation they didn't want to understand. The camera was still recording. It had been recording for 5 days now. I'd checked the footage every night, every single night, looking for the moment when the papers moved, when something crossed the desk and touched them and arranged them into new configurations. But the footage showed nothing. Hours of static desk, papers that changed position without any force acting upon them, video that was internally contradictory, proof of something impossible, which meant the proof itself was suspect, which meant I couldn't trust my own documentation, which meant I couldn't trust anything. At 11 o'clock, I made a decision. I called Alex from the empty bathroom on the second floor. I kept my voice low even though no one was there. I told him that I needed help with something, that it was complicated, that I couldn't explain it properly over the phone. Could he come by my office after work? Could he do it today? He agreed, which surprised me. Alex was good that way. He didn't ask the questions that would require me to either lie or tell him something I didn't quite believe myself. The rest of the day moved in a strange fugue state. I worked. I attended a meeting. I answered emails with responses that seemed to come from someone else, some version of me that was still capable of normal functioning. But underneath all of it, I was aware of the papers on my desk, the arrangement sitting there, the message I still couldn't read. At 4 o'clock, I began the process of waiting. Alex arrived at 5:30, just as most of the office was leaving. The building was in that liminal state between work and empty. A few people still at their desks, a few more moving toward the elevators, the energy shifting toward departure. "So," he said, standing at the entrance to my cubicle, "what am I looking at?" I gestured to the desk. "Papers," he said. "Organized papers. They're organized by something," I said. "Something other than what I put them in. Something other than what any filing system I use would create." Alex came closer. He looked down at the arrangement. I watched his face, waiting for the moment when he would tell me I was being paranoid, or overthinking, or seeing patterns in randomness. That's what the sane response would be. Instead, he said, "How long has this been happening?" "Since Monday." "And they rearrange overnight?" "I have camera footage. They don't move. But they're different." Every morning, a different arrangement. Alex leaned down and looked more closely at the skyline of papers. He was quiet for a long time. Then he reached down and took a photograph on his phone, just as I had done. Multiple angles, multiple distances. "Are they trying to tell you something?" he asked. "That's what I've been wondering." "Yes, and you're trying to figure out what?" "Yes." He straightened up and looked at me. His expression had changed. There was something in his eyes now that I recognized. Not quite fear. Something closer to understanding. The look of someone who had just realized that the world was larger and stranger than the definitions they used to describe it. "Don't come back here tomorrow," he said. "What? Don't come back?" "Call in sick. Don't come to this desk." "I need to see what happens," I said. "I need to understand the pattern." "You do understand the pattern," Alex said. "That's why it's showing it to you. It's not trying to hide. It's trying to communicate. And once something is trying to communicate with you, once it's made the effort to reach you..." He stopped. He looked at the papers again. "Once it's made the effort to reach you, you don't keep showing up and asking it to try harder. You think it's dangerous. I think it's beyond the category of dangerous. Dangerous implies a certain type of harm. This is something else." We stood there looking at the desk. The papers. The arrangement that had taken 3 days to fully develop. The message that I almost understood, but not quite. "I need to see what it says," I said. "You already do," Alex said. "That's the problem." He left not long after that. Before he left, he asked me if I wanted him to take the papers, if I wanted him to destroy them or scatter them or remove them entirely from the office. I said no. I don't know why I said no. Some part of me already knew that moving them, destroying them, ignoring them, none of those actions would matter. The arrangement had started. And arrangements, once they begin, follow their own logic until completion. I stayed at my desk until the building emptied. Stayed in that fluorescent silence with the camera still pointing downward, still recording the skyline of papers. I pulled out my phone and looked at the photographs I'd taken. I arranged them by time. I tried to see the pattern evolve. I tried to find the moment when it would resolve itself into clarity. At 7 o'clock I looked down and realized the papers had moved again. Not during the night. Right then. While I was sitting there. While I was watching. The arrangement was different. Simpler now. Fewer stacks. Larger spaces between them. The pattern had contracted, refined itself into something so clear that I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before. It looked like a pathway, like a map, like directions pointing from my desk toward a destination I'd never considered. And suddenly, I understood what the camera had been recording. Not the papers. Me, every day, documenting my reaction. Every morning, the papers shifting to see if I would follow. Every arrangement becoming incrementally clearer, like a language learning to speak in terms I would understand. And now it had my attention completely. Now there was nothing between me and the message except my willingness to follow it. I looked at the pathway the papers had created. It pointed toward the back of the office, toward the row of filing cabinets I'd never used, toward the door to the server room that I'd been told never to open without authorization. I stood up. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else, but they moved. They carried me away from my desk, away from the camera, toward the place the papers had been arranging themselves to direct me. Behind me, I heard the papers shift again, even though I wasn't there to watch them, even though the camera was still pointing at my empty desk. I didn't turn around. I was already too far committed to the understanding that had taken 3 days to arrive. And I was beginning to suspect that arriving at understanding was exactly the same thing as running out of time. The server room door was locked. That's the first thing I should say about what happened after I left my desk and followed the pathway the papers had created. Not because it matters much, but because it's the truth. And the truth is what I'm trying to hold on to now. The door was locked. I stood in front of it for a long time. My hand was raised to touch it, hovering somewhere between the brass handle and the small keypad beside it. My breathing had become very regular, very controlled, like my lungs had decided to handle this moment on their own, without consulting me about whether I was ready for it. The papers had pointed here. They had spent 3 days arranging themselves into an increasingly clear map leading from my desk, past the filing cabinets, down the narrow hallway that connected to the server room. And now I was standing at the destination, and the door was locked. I laughed. I remember that clearly. I laughed, and the sound was strange in my ears, high and thin, like it was coming from someone else standing in the hallway with me, like I was hearing myself from outside myself. "Of course it's locked," I said aloud. No one answered. The server room made no sound from behind the door. No hum of equipment, no electronic breathing, nothing. Just silence, thick and complete. I went back to my desk. I don't remember walking back. I remember standing up from kneeling in front of the server room door. I must have knelt at some point, though I don't remember doing that. And then I was at my desk again, staring down at the papers. They had rearranged themselves again. The pathway was gone. The papers had returned to stacks, but they were arranged differently now. Not in a pattern that made sense. Not in a language I could read. Just stacked, seemingly at random, as if someone, something, had lost interest in communicating and had simply abandoned them there. The camera was still pointing downward, still recording. I turned it off. I don't know why that felt important, but it did. Turning off the camera felt like the only action I could take that was truly my own. So I did it. I reached over to the lens and switched it off. The little red light went dark. And that was the moment Alex came back into the office. He didn't knock. He just appeared in the doorway, and I realized with a strange sideways clarity that I hadn't heard him arrive. No elevator, no footsteps. He was simply there, as if my decision to turn off the camera had been a signal. "You didn't go in," he said. It wasn't a question. It was locked. Yes, he walked over to my desk and looked at the papers. His expression didn't change. He'd already seen this. He'd already known. What were they trying to tell me? I asked. The papers? The arrangement? What was the message? "I don't know," Alex said. But his voice was flat, and I knew he did know. I knew he'd known for a long time. Maybe that you'd made a choice. Maybe that you'd reached the point where a choice had to be made. By whom? He didn't answer that. Instead, he asked, "Are you going to continue working here?" I looked at my desk, at the papers, the computer, the small photograph of my apartment kitchen that I kept taped to the monitor for some reason I'd forgotten, at the chair I'd been sitting in for 7 years, barely noticing it. "Yes," I said, "I think so." "Then I'd recommend you dispose of the papers," Alex said. "All of them. Don't try to organize them. Don't try to preserve them. Just remove them from the office." I nodded. He left again. I didn't watch him go. I heard the elevator ding as if from very far away. And then there was just the silence of the office and me and the papers. I spent the next 3 hours throwing them away, one by one. I didn't look at them. I didn't try to see if any messages remained in their arrangement. I just opened each one, ran it through the shredder, and moved on to the next. The shredder was loud. It filled the silent office with mechanical teeth sounds, and I welcomed it. I welcomed anything that would fill the space with noise, with evidence of action, with proof that I was still in control of my own movements. By the time I finished, the night was very deep. The city outside the windows had gone dark and still, just scattered lights, just the small geometry of other buildings, other offices, other people presumably still at their desks or already gone home or already asleep. I left around 2 a.m. I didn't check my email. I didn't lock my desk drawer. I just stood up and walked out of the office and got on the elevator and rode it down and walked out onto the street. The walk home was longer than I remembered it being. Or maybe I was walking more slowly. Maybe my body was processing something that my conscious mind hadn't fully accepted yet. I stopped at a convenience store and bought coffee even though I didn't particularly want it. I held the warm cup in my hands and looked at the clerk, wondering if I seemed different to them, if they could see that something had shifted in me. They just looked tired. They rang up the coffee and didn't make eye contact. The next morning I went back to the office. I didn't expect anything different, and there wasn't anything different. The desk was the same. The camera was still off. The filing cabinets were still there. The door to the server room was still at the end of the hall, still locked, still absolutely silent. I sat down at my desk and turned on my computer. I opened my email. There were 32 new messages, all from the standard distribution lists, all asking for reports and updates and status checks on projects that felt very far away from anything that mattered. I responded to them. I attended a meeting via conference call. I submitted a spreadsheet. I did all the things that constitute a normal day at a normal office. But something had changed, and it was so small that I almost missed it. The papers were back on my desk. Not the same papers, not the ones I'd shredded, different ones. Fresh ones, printed on plain white stock, sitting in a neat stack directly in the center of my desk, exactly where they'd been before everything started. There were 3 of them. I picked up the first one and looked at it. It was blank, completely blank. No marks, no text, no evidence that it had ever been written on or meant to contain anything. I picked up the second one, blank as well. The third was the same. I stood there holding them, and I realized that what I was feeling wasn't fear. It wasn't even confusion. It was something quieter than that, something like resignation. Like I was holding 3 blank pages that somehow weighed more than they should, and I was understanding without being told that this was how it would be from now on. I put the papers back on my desk. I didn't throw them away. I didn't move them. I didn't arrange them. I just left them sitting there, and I began my work, and the office moved on around me in its usual way. The hum of printers and other cubicles, the occasional conversation floating down the hallway, the persistent fluorescent light making everything look slightly less real than it should. Every morning, now, the blank pages are there. Always 3 of them, always on the center of my desk, always untouched, as if someone comes in during the night and places them there with great care, wanting me to find them at a specific position, wanting me to understand something I haven't quite grasped yet. I've stopped trying to remove them. I've stopped trying to understand what they mean. I've stopped asking Alex about them when he appears in my doorway, which he does less frequently now, as if his presence was only ever meant to be a kind of guidance. And I've already been guided as far as I can go. What I do, instead, is I sit at my desk with the 3 blank pages in front of me, and I wait to see if they'll start to fill in. If the same force that was previously arranging them will now begin to write on them. If this is the next phase of an arrangement that was never really about papers at all, but about something else. Something that had been patient with me. Something that had been waiting for me to reach a point of acceptance. Some mornings, I think I can see the faintest marks appearing on the pages. Words beginning to surface, like they're writing themselves in a ink that's almost too light to see, but not quite. But when I touch them, my hand comes away clean, and the pages remain blank. I think about the server room door sometimes, about whether it would open now if I went back and tried it, about what arrangement might be waiting for me in there, what message might have been gathering itself in the darkness, what choice might still be ahead. But I don't go back to check. I've learned something in these past weeks, something quiet and terrible, which is that some destinations don't need to be reached. Some doors don't need to be opened. Sometimes understanding something means simply accepting that you'll never fully know it, and that not knowing has become the only way left to live. The 3 blank pages sit on my desk each morning, and I move them from one side to the other as I work. I handle them like they're fragile, like they're important, like they're waiting for me to understand a language I don't have words for yet, one that communicates through silence instead of sound, through absence instead of presence. And every night, when I leave the office and walk through the darkness back to my apartment, I know they'll be back by morning, waiting, patient, blank, ready to teach me whatever it is I'm still too afraid to learn. Story 2. The hallway that stretches longer when I walk it backwards. The hallway is 47 tiles long, and I've counted them enough times to know. I walk it most mornings around 2 o'clock. That's when my shift ends at the hospital. I work the night desk in administration, the kind of job that fills your eyes with fluorescent light and your ears with the hum of machines that never sleep. By the time I'm walking toward my apartment on the 4th floor of this old building, my mind is soft and tired, and the hallway is always quiet in a way that feels deliberate, like the building itself is quiet, like it's waiting for me to pass through. The apartment building is from 1924. According to a plaque I found in the lobby on a night I couldn't sleep. The tile floor in the hallway is original, cream-colored ceramic with tiny fissures running through each square like they're all breathing. The walls are painted a shade of off-white that must have been fresh sometime in the 70s. Now, they're marked with water stains that bloom in the corners and fade to nothing, blooming again higher up. There's only one overhead fixture, a rectangular thing with frosted glass that casts everything in a light that's never quite bright enough or dim enough. It's the kind of light that makes you unsure of distances. I've lived here for 3 years. Before that, I lived in a newer building 3 blocks east, something built in 2005 with drywall so thin you could hear your neighbor's television shows through the walls. I moved here because it was cheaper, and because I liked the idea of old things. I still like it. There's something about a hallway that's been walked by 100 different people over 100 years. It has weight. History, the tile floor has worn smooth in the center, and the edges stay rough and textured, and you can feel the difference under your feet if you pay attention. I do pay attention. My job requires it. I spend my nights filing documents, verifying insurance information, making sure dates align and names match and nothing contradicts anything else. I've trained myself to notice patterns, to see what doesn't fit. It's a careful kind of attention. So I noticed when the hallway started feeling longer. It wasn't a dramatic thing. It was a Tuesday morning in late September. I'd come home from work, and I was thinking about my apartment, about the dark blue couch I'd been sitting on for 2 years, about the electric kettle I needed to refill for tea. I was thinking about sleep. I wasn't thinking about the hallway at all. But as I was walking down it, my footsteps counted out in that automatic way they always do, the rhythm that comes from repetition. I realized I wasn't at my door yet. I should have been at my door. The hallway hasn't changed. It's never changed. The apartment numbers are always in the same places. Number 407 is at the far end, the one I'm walking toward, I pass 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, and then I'm there. It takes me the same amount of time every time. 47 tiles. I've counted them idly on nights when I couldn't sleep, pressing my foot down on each one, whispering the numbers under my breath like a meditation. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 47. But that morning, my footsteps kept going. The tiles kept passing under my feet, and I kept counting in my head, and the numbers kept climbing. 48, 49, 50. I stopped walking and looked up. The hallway was still the same length, the same cream walls, the same water stains, the same dim light from the overhead fixture. Door 407 was still at the far end, and it looked exactly as close as it always did, as if I'd been walking toward it the whole time and my body had simply moved slower than it usually did. I was tired. That was what I thought. I was tired, and my sense of distance was off, and I should just get inside and sleep. I walked the rest of the way to my door and unlocked it and went inside. And the apartment was dark and cool and smelled faintly of the coffee I'd left in the mug on my kitchen counter that morning. The door clicked shut behind me. I stood in the darkness for a moment, listening to the silence. The building has a particular kind of quiet. The walls are thick, 1924 brick and plaster, not the paper-thin modern stuff. You can't hear neighbors through them. What you hear instead is the sound of the building's own infrastructure, the settling of old wood, the distant mumble of the boiler in the basement, sometimes a pipe singing from somewhere inside the walls. I didn't think about the hallway again for 2 weeks. I walked it every morning when I came home from work. The routine was solid, unchanging. I'd unlock the main door at the lobby, climb the stairs, walk down the 4th floor hallway, unlock my apartment. The tile floor would pass beneath my feet. The water stains would bloom in the corners. The overhead light would cast its soft, uncertain glow on everything. It was the same. Always the same. Then, on a Thursday night, I counted the tiles again. I don't know why I started counting. There was no reason to, but I was walking home, and my mind was wandering the way it does at 2 in the morning when you've been filing insurance claims for 8 hours. And I found my attention settling on the floor, on the rhythm of my footsteps, on the pale cream-colored squares passing underneath me. 1, 2, 3, the numbers ticking off in my head like a clock. I counted deliberately this time, carefully, not letting my mind drift away from the task. Each footstep corresponded to a tile. Each tile counted. When I reached my door, I was at 63. 63. I stood there in front of the door, 407, the numbers slightly worn but still readable, and I felt something shift in my chest. Not fear, exactly, confusion. The kind of feeling you get when you know something is wrong, but you don't yet understand what it is. The hallway was the same hallway. Nothing had changed. I could see the entire length of it stretching behind me, the tiles receding into the dim light. 47 tiles, or 63 tiles. I'd counted them both ways, and both counts had felt real. Felt like the actual distance my feet had traveled. I unlocked my apartment and went inside and made my tea and drank it and didn't think about it. I was tired. I'd miscounted. My exhaustion was playing tricks. I'd been working overtime for the past month. My mind was softer than usual. But the next morning, on the way home, I counted again. 47 tiles walking forward, not 63. I was almost relieved. I'd miscounted. That was all. The hallway was 47 tiles long, and my mind had simply made an error. Then I walked backward. It was a small thing. I'd reached my door, unlocked it, thought of something I'd left in my mailbox at the lobby. I turned around and walked back down the hallway the way I'd come. And idly, without meaning to, I counted the tiles beneath my feet. 1, 2, 3, walking backward toward the stairwell away from my apartment. When I reached the stairwell, I was at 59 tiles. I stood at the top of the stairs for a long moment, my hand on the banister, feeling the wood worn smooth by decades of other hands. The hallway was the same hallway. It stretched behind me in the dim light, and everything about it was exactly as it always was, except it was getting shorter when I walked it forward and longer when I walked it backward. Or maybe I was the one who was changing. I didn't go to my mailbox. I came back upstairs, walked the hallway forward, 47 tiles. I counted them with a kind of grim concentration, and locked myself inside my apartment. I sat on the dark blue couch and didn't turn the lights on. And I thought about the hallway in the way you think about something that doesn't make sense, turning it over in your mind like a puzzle with pieces that refuse to fit together. The next day, or the same day, depending on how you count it. Since it was afternoon and I'd only slept 3 hours, I looked at my lease. I'd kept it in a folder with my other building documents. The lease is dated, witnessed, signed by me and by the landlord, a woman named Miss Blake, who lives in Unit 501 and who I've never actually seen. The hallway layout is included in the documents, a small diagram showing the arrangement of apartments. Number 407 is marked at the end of the hallway. The diagram shows roughly equal distances between each door. I looked at that diagram for a long time. Then I looked at my apartment number 407, and I looked at the hallway, and I tried to make the two things match in my mind. Everything aligned. Nothing was wrong. The apartment was in the right place. The hallway was the right length. There was no inconsistency to find. And yet, I've been counting the tiles differently now. When I walk forward, I count. When I walk backward, I count. Forward is always 47. Backward is never the same twice, sometimes 58, sometimes 61, sometimes 64. The numbers vary, but they're always higher than 47. The hallway is longer when I move away from my apartment than it is when I move toward it. Or maybe the hallway is always the same, and I'm the one who's changing. Maybe the distance my body travels is different depending on the direction I'm moving. Maybe my footsteps are longer when I'm walking backward. Maybe something in my brain is recalculating distance and space, and I'm not aware it's happening until I stop and count. That's the most reasonable explanation. That's the one I've been holding on to. But last night, something happened that made it harder to believe. I was walking home around 2 in the morning, walking down the hallway toward my apartment like I do every morning. The tiles were passing beneath my feet. The light was dim. The water stains were dark in the corners. Everything was normal. Everything was the same. And then I heard footsteps behind me. Not distant footsteps, not echoes, not the sound of someone on the stairs or in another part of the building. Footsteps in the hallway, behind me, walking at the same pace that I was walking. I didn't stop immediately. I kept walking for 3 or 4 steps, listening to the rhythm, trying to understand what I was hearing. The footsteps continued, one behind the other, matching my pace so perfectly that for a moment I couldn't tell if they were my own footsteps reflected somehow, bounced back by the hallway's architecture, distorted by the thickness of the old walls. Then I turned around to look. The hallway was empty. This shouldn't have been surprising. It should have been the only reasonable outcome. Empty hallways don't produce footsteps, or rather they produce one set, mine. But the certainty I'd felt just moments before, that peculiar assurance in my own hearing, evaporated the moment I turned. The fluorescent tube overhead hummed its usual note. The water stains remained in their corners. The doors to the other apartments were closed, dark beneath the gaps. I stood there for what might have been 30 seconds, listening, waiting for the sound to resume, for whatever rhythm had been following me to announce itself again. Nothing. I walked the rest of the way to my apartment slowly, counting the tiles. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, the door. My hand on the lock, the apartment opening into familiar darkness. I didn't sleep well that night. I lay in bed thinking about acoustic properties, about how sound travels differently depending on temperature and humidity. I thought about how exhaustion at 2 in the morning makes the mind unreliable. I thought about how the hallway sometimes carries noise from the street below in strange ways. Maybe I'd heard footsteps from outside, somehow channeled through the building's bones, distorted and brought close by the late hour and my own depleted state. By morning I'd nearly convinced myself. Nearly. The next day was unremarkable until evening. I was at work, at my desk, doing the kind of tasks that required just enough attention to keep me occupied, but not enough to fully engage my mind. Data entry, spreadsheet updates, the sort of work that lets your thoughts wander while your hands stay busy. Around 4 o'clock, I stood up to stretch, and I caught my reflection in the window of the office building across the street. I was wearing a gray sweater. I looked tired, the usual. I sat back down and continued working. But something had registered. Something small, something I couldn't quite name. I kept thinking about that reflection, kept turning it over in my mind while my fingers moved across the keyboard. It was just a reflection. It was me. There was nothing wrong with it, except I was fairly certain, almost certain, that I'd put on a black sweater that morning. I stopped typing. I looked down at myself. Gray. Definitely gray. The sweater I was wearing was unmistakably gray. Soft, familiar gray that I'd owned for years. I had no memory of changing clothes. I checked my calendar. I'd been at my desk all day. I hadn't left my area except for a brief bathroom break around noon. No one had mentioned anything to me. The people who worked near me hadn't commented on my clothes changing, which seemed like the sort of thing someone might mention, even casually. I looked back at the window reflection. Still gray. Still me. The rational explanation was simple. I'd misremembered what I'd put on. The mind does this constantly. We construct false certainties about things we don't actually remember with perfect clarity. I'd probably grabbed the gray sweater without really thinking about it, my mind still half asleep. And this afternoon, I'd simply internalized that choice incorrectly, created a false memory of the black sweater to fill in the gap. This happens to everyone. This is normal. I finished my work and left the office at 5:30. The drive home was quiet. I took the same route I always take, the avenue toward my neighborhood, the turn at the corner where the old pharmacy used to be, the slow drive down the street where the trees hang over the road and make it perpetually shadowed even in daylight. Everything was as it always was. But I became aware, somewhere around the third traffic light, that I was driving more carefully than usual, checking my mirrors more often, being very conscious of my speed, my lane, the exact position of my car on the road, the kind of hyper-awareness that comes when you're not entirely sure of your surroundings, which was absurd. I've driven this route 100 times. I know it perfectly. When I got home, I parked and sat in my car for a moment before getting out. I put my hands on the steering wheel and looked at them. The hands of someone who'd driven home from work. The hands of someone who was tired and should probably make something simple for dinner. I went inside. The hallway was the hallway. The tiles were the tiles. I walked toward my apartment and counted forward. 47. The number was reliable. The number was always 47 going forward. This small consistency had become strangely important to me. Inside, I made tea. Simple things. I sat on my couch and held the mug and thought about how the mind works, about false memories, and the way exhaustion can create small distortions in perception. I thought about how everything I'd experienced could be explained by nothing more than normal human error, normal human unreliability. These explanations felt increasingly thin. That night, I stood in front of my bathroom mirror and looked at myself carefully. I was trying to see if there was anything different, anything that might have shifted without my noticing. The face was the same face I've seen my entire life, the same proportions, the same features, arranged in the familiar way they've always been arranged. But the longer I looked, the more I became aware of something I couldn't name. Not a change, exactly, more like the sense that I was looking at something and simultaneously not looking at it. The way a blind spot works, you don't notice the absence because your brain fills it in so seamlessly. I blinked. The feeling passed. When I looked again, everything was normal. I went to bed. Around 3 a.m, I woke suddenly, pulled up from sleep by something I couldn't remember. I lay in the dark, heart beating faster than it should be, listening, The apartment was quiet. The street outside was quiet. No sound of footsteps. No sound of anything. I got up and walked to the kitchen. I wasn't thirsty or hungry. I just needed to move. Needed to be sure the apartment was still as it should be. The refrigerator hummed. The oven sat dark and cold. The windows showed only the vague shapes of buildings across the way. Everything was fine. I was walking back to the bedroom when I passed the hallway mirror, a long mirror mounted on the wall near the entry. I saw my reflection, pale and thin in the dim light coming from the street. A person who hadn't been sleeping well. I noticed I was wearing pajamas I didn't recognize. Not dramatically different. Not bizarre. Just a gray set with thin stripes that didn't match any of the sleepwear I actually own. I stopped and looked at the mirror, and then looked down at what I was actually wearing. The same gray striped set present on my body felt against my skin. I knew I'd gone to bed wearing my usual pajamas, the navy ones, the ones I've worn for 3 years. I stood there in the hallway outside my bedroom, trying to understand what I was seeing. The logical part of my mind worked through the possibilities. Maybe I had bought new pajamas and forgotten. Maybe I'd changed in my sleep, somehow finding these in a drawer and dressing myself while dreaming. Maybe the light was playing tricks. Maybe the mirror was distorting what I was actually wearing. Maybe the list of maybes was becoming longer than it should have been. I went back to bed. The next morning I examined my drawers carefully. Pajama drawer, underwear drawer, socks and accessories. The gray striped pajamas were there, tucked in among the others, as if they'd always been part of my collection. They even felt familiar when I touched them, though I had no memory of owning them. I called in to work and said I wasn't feeling well. I didn't feel like lying convincingly, and the tremor in my voice was probably explanation enough. For most of the day, I stayed in the apartment and tried not to think about anything. I made coffee and watched the way the light moved across my living room floor. I did the dishes from 2 days ago. I reorganized my books, moving them from one arrangement to another and then back again, needing my hands to do something while my mind circled slowly around the same question. What was happening? Not the big question, the philosophical one about reality and sanity. The smaller, more practical question, what was the actual mechanism of what I was experiencing? Because everything that had happened so far could theoretically be explained by gaps in my own awareness, by things I'd done but not remembered, by small failures of memory and perception that added up to a strange tapestry, but a tapestry I'd woven myself. But that explanation was starting to require too much, too many gaps, too many convenient lacunae in my own consciousness. By evening, I was standing in front of my bathroom mirror again, looking at my own face as if it might provide answers. The face looked back. It was my face. It was doing what faces do. I went to bed early. This time, I woke not in the darkness, but in the gray time just before dawn. That murky hour when it's not quite night, but not yet morning. I was immediately, acutely aware of something being wrong. I lay still, trying to figure out what had pulled me awake. My heart was racing. The bedroom door was open. I was certain I'd closed it. I close it every night. It was a habit, a comfort, the small assurance of a boundary between the sleeping space and the rest of the apartment. It was open now, standing perhaps 2 feet ajar, the hallway beyond it visible in gradations of gray. I didn't move. I lay in bed and stared at that open door and tried to remember if there was any possibility I'd forgotten to close it. Tried to recall going to bed, the sequence of actions: undress, brush teeth, close bathroom door, walk to bedroom, close bedroom door, get into bed. The sequence was clear. The door had been closed. I got up slowly and walked to the door and closed it. It swung smoothly, silently. I stood there in the dark with my hand still on the knob and listened. The apartment was silent. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed or shifted or creaked in any significant way. I went back to bed and lay awake until the light came up. That afternoon, I decided to try an experiment, a small one, just to establish some kind of control, some way of measuring what was happening rather than simply living through it. I was sitting at my desk, and I wrote down what I was wearing: gray sweater, jeans, the usual underwear, the usual socks. I wrote the list on a piece of paper and placed it in an envelope and sealed it. Then I took a photograph of myself holding up the piece of paper, just to be thorough, just to have documentation. I put the envelope in my desk drawer. When I opened the drawer the next morning, the envelope was there, sealed as I'd left it. I opened it carefully. The paper inside was blank. I stared at it for a long time, sitting on my couch with the blank paper in my hands, trying to process what that meant. That I'd written the list and then erased it. That I'd intentionally destroyed the documentation I'd created just hours earlier. Or that something else had done it. Or that neither of those things had happened, and the paper had always been blank, and I'd simply imagined writing on it had created a false memory of marking it, complete with the sensation of pen on paper. That last explanation seemed almost easier than the others. At least it was something I could understand. At least it was something that happened entirely within the realm of my own mind. I threw the blank paper away. That evening I found myself standing in the hallway outside my apartment, looking down at the tiles. I'd come out here without quite deciding to do so. I'd been sitting on my couch, and then I was here, hand still on my door handle, staring at the familiar stretch of floor toward the exit. I started counting. Forward, toward the elevator, 1, 2, 3. My counting was slow and deliberate. I could hear my footsteps. I could feel each step, each tile beneath my feet. The hallway seemed normal length. The light was normal. The water stains were in their normal places. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. The elevator stood waiting with its small silver doors reflecting the hallway back at itself. I stood in front of it, breathing carefully. The elevator had been replaced 3 weeks ago. It was newer than the one I'd known, brighter, with a more modern panel of buttons and a display that showed which floor you were on. I'd been using this elevator since it was installed. I'd been perfectly normal about it. But looking at it now, I couldn't quite remember the transition. I couldn't recall a time when the old elevator had been there and then wasn't. There had been no renovation period in my mind, no gap where they'd replace the old with the new. The new elevator simply existed, and when I tried to think about the old one, I found I could barely recall what it had looked like. I pressed the button and went downstairs. The lobby was empty except for the mail room on one side and the storage closet on the other. I walked out onto the street and stood in the evening air. Traffic passed. People moved past me on the sidewalk. A normal evening in a normal city. Nothing was obviously wrong. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted, that I'd moved without moving. That reality had reorganized itself around me in ways I couldn't quite articulate. I walked for an hour, staying in the neighborhood I knew, passing the same stores and corners and intersections I pass when I drive home from work. Everything was exactly where it should be. Everything matched my memory perfectly. But the match felt too perfect now, too clean, like a set that had been carefully recreated, a replica rather than a genuine place I'd moved through for years. When I got back to my apartment building, I was very careful to look at the elevator before I entered. I wanted to make sure, in the precise moment of seeing it, that it was the elevator I expected to see. The new one, the bright silver one. It was. I rode it up to my floor. When the doors opened, I stepped out and looked down the hallway toward my apartment. The tiles stretched out before me, 47 of them, or 58 if I counted backward later, or 64. The number changed depending on which direction I was moving, or which way my mind was moving, or which version of the hallway I was currently living in. I walked toward my door, counting as I went. 47. Always 47. And when I reached my apartment and turned around to look back at the distance I'd traveled, the hallway seemed much, much longer than it had been just moments before. I decided to test it that night. Not in a panicked way, but methodically. The way someone might test whether a light switch works by flipping it repeatedly. I stood at my apartment door with my keys still in my hand. The hallway behind me stretched toward the elevator, and I could feel it waiting there in its silver newness, its patient digital display counting the floors above and below. I walked toward the elevator. I counted 1, 2, 3. I was deliberate about each step, about the soft sound of my soul meeting tile, about the way the fluorescent panels above cast their even white light across the corridor. By the time I reached the elevator, I had counted 47 steps. I pressed the button. The doors opened immediately, too immediately, as though the elevator had been waiting on this floor already, which was impossible. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the lobby. The doors closed. But I didn't look away from the numbers. I watched the display. 4, it stayed on 4 for longer than seemed right. Then 3. Then 2. Then L for lobby. The elevator moved slowly, or the building was taller than I remembered. I stepped out into the lobby. No one was there. The mail room was dark. The storage closet door was closed, the way it always was, the way it always seemed to have been. I stood very still, breathing. Then I walked back toward the elevator and pressed the button to return upstairs. On the ride back, the display moved in reverse order. L, 2, 3, 4. The elevator seemed to take longer ascending than it had descending. When the doors opened, I stepped back into the hallway. I turned around to face my apartment and began walking toward it. I counted 1, 2, 3. By the time I reached my door, I had counted 58 steps, 11 more than before. I stood in front of my apartment for several minutes. My key was still in my hand. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. The hallway behind me felt very long, impossibly long, stretching backward with a depth that didn't match the space I'd walked through. I didn't turn around to look. Instead, I went inside and closed the door. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, and the darkness of my apartment seemed to have texture, seemed to press against my eyelids with a weight that shouldn't have been there. I thought about the elevator, about how I couldn't remember when it had changed. I thought about the discrepancy in my counting, how the same distance had demanded 47 steps in one direction and 58 in the other, and how the second direction had felt more honest somehow, as though I'd finally counted the real distance, the true number of steps that the hallway actually required. Around 2 a.m., I got up and went to look at my lease. It was in a folder on my desk, and I'd signed it 4 years ago. I read through it slowly, carefully, even though I'd read it dozens of times before. The address was correct. The unit number was correct. Everything was in order. Everything matched what I knew. But as I sat there in my kitchen with the lease in my hands, I realized I couldn't remember the day I'd moved in. I could remember the decision to move. I could remember looking at apartments. But the actual moment of arrival, carrying boxes, putting down the keys for the first time, walking the hallway to my door, that was missing. It was like there was a gap in my timeline that had been perfectly sealed over, so smoothly that I'd never noticed the scar. I went back to bed. In the morning, the sun came through my bedroom window exactly as it always did, and I convinced myself that everything was fine, that I'd been tired, that the counting had been a strange impulse and nothing more. But I didn't try to leave my apartment for 3 days. On the 4th day, I had to go to work. I showered, dressed, gathered my things. I stood at my door with my hand on the knob and realized I was afraid. This is ridiculous, I thought. This is a hallway. It's 30 feet long. You've walked it hundreds of times. I opened the door and stepped out. The hallway was wrong, not in any way I could point to or explain. The tiles were the same tiles. The light came from the same fixtures. The walls were the walls I'd seen yesterday and the day before. But the space had changed shape. Not physically, no. That would have been clearer, easier to understand. Instead, the space had changed in some deeper way, in the way it related to distance and depth and the amount of hallway my body would need to travel through to reach the elevator. I could see the elevator from where I stood. It wasn't far. I could see the doors clearly, and yet the space between me and those doors seemed to contain more hallway than it had before, seemed to stretch backward infinitely, seemed to be offering me a choice. Walk toward the elevator and discover how many steps it would really take, or retreat into my apartment and stay. I chose to walk. My counting was automatic now, something my body did without my mind directing it. 1, 2, 3, my footsteps were very quiet. I could hear the electricity humming in the fixtures above. I could hear a sound from inside one of the other apartments, a television maybe, or a voice. The sound of another person living their life behind a closed door, in a space that probably felt normal to them, that probably didn't stretch and compress based on which direction they were moving through it. 30, 40, 50, the elevator wasn't getting any closer. The tiles continued, identical tiles, one after another, and I was walking across them, but the distance wasn't diminishing, or it was diminishing in a way that my counting wasn't capturing accurately. I would reach a point where I felt certain the elevator should be within arm's reach, and then I would look up, and it would still be the same distance away. 72. 73. I stopped walking. I was standing in the hallway, and when I turned around to look back at my apartment door, I couldn't see it anymore. There was hallway behind me, a long pale corridor with identical doors on either side, and it receded backward into a distance that seemed to have no end, that seemed to contain more hallway than should have existed in a building that wasn't infinitely tall. I turned back toward the elevator. It was closer now. 20 steps away, maybe. I could count that distance. I could walk it. I did. 1, 2, 3. The numbers came naturally. When I reached the elevator, the count was exactly 19. 19, I pressed the button and the doors opened, and I stepped inside without looking back, because I was afraid that if I turned around, I would see the hallway stretching behind me in a way that would prove that none of this was in my head, that none of this was something that my mind was creating on its own. The doors closed and the elevator descended, and I watched the display change. 432L. When I got to the lobby, I walked out onto the street into the morning sunlight, and I stood there for a long time, breathing the city air, watching traffic pass, seeing people move along the sidewalk, as though the world were normal, as though hallways were still hallways, and buildings were still buildings, and distances didn't change based on which direction you moved through them. I didn't go to work. Instead, I walked. I stayed in the neighborhood, retracing the routes I'd walked dozens of times, confirming that everything outside my building still functioned according to the normal rules of space and geometry. The city continued. The distance between points remained constant. I could walk from my apartment building to the corner store and back, and the number of steps would be the same in both directions. But I couldn't go back inside. That night I stayed in a hotel 2 blocks away, and when I checked in, I didn't mention my apartment. I gave a false name from the list the desk clerk seemed to expect, and I took a key to a room on the 3rd floor, and I lay in a bed that wasn't mine. in a space that probably didn't contain any hidden hallways that would reorganize themselves based on which direction I moved through them. The next morning, I gathered my courage and went back to the building. I stood in the lobby and looked at the elevator. It was the new one, the modern one, the one I couldn't remember being installed, the one that had simply materialized at some point in a gap in my memory. The hallway beyond the elevator doors led to my apartment, to the space where I kept my clothes and my few possessions and the lease I'd signed 4 years ago on a day I couldn't remember. I pressed the button. The elevator arrived. I stood in front of the open doors and found I couldn't move forward. The space inside looked like a normal elevator, looked like the same space I'd traveled through dozens of times. And yet stepping into it now felt like a decision that would take me somewhere that didn't quite correspond to the floors marked on the display panel. The doors closed. I stood in the lobby alone, and I realized that I didn't know how to leave the building. The exit was behind me, through the main doors back out into the city. But the elevator was in front of me, sealed, inaccessible, and the stairwell that I knew existed somewhere in the building, that every building had, I couldn't remember where it was. Couldn't recall if I'd ever seen it. I walked past the mail room and the storage closet, looking for another way out. And the lobby seemed to extend backward, seemed to contain more space than it should have, seemed to be offering me hallways that branched off in directions that didn't correspond to any geography I'd learned. Eventually, I found the exit, and I pushed through the doors and walked back into the city. That was 5 days ago. I haven't been back to the building. I haven't tried to retrieve my things. I've been staying in different hotels, moving from one neighborhood to another, staying on the street where the distance between points remains fixed, where the space I move through doesn't change based on the direction I'm traveling. But I know the building is still there. I know my apartment is still there, sealed behind hallways that stretch and compress according to rules I don't understand. I know the elevator is waiting, its doors closed, its display dark. And I know that one day I'll stop running. One day I'll go back, and I'll press the button, and I'll step into the elevator, and I'll let it take me wherever it's trying to go. Not because I want to, but because I can't remember the building's address anymore, and I have nowhere else to go. The hotel in the South District had clean sheets and a shower that ran hot without shuddering. I stayed there for 17 days. The woman at the desk stopped asking for my name after the 4th check-in. She just handed me a key and looked away, as though the not asking was a kindness. On the 18th morning, I decided that running was a temporary measure, and temporary measures have a way of becoming permanent if you're not careful. I had a job that I hadn't reported to in over a week. I had a bank account that would run dry. I had the kind of life that required a physical location, even if that location had become unreliable. I called my employer from a coffee shop and said I'd been sick. The lie came easily. I'd practiced it in the hotel room mirror, tried out different versions, food poisoning, flu, a migraine that made me sensitive to light. My manager accepted the sickness without question. People disappear into their bodies all the time. It's the most normal absence there is. I went back to work. The office was on the 8th floor of a building that had always felt wrong to me, though I'd never articulated why until now. The hallways were very slightly too long. The bathroom stall doors didn't quite align with the space between the walls. The conference room had a window that looked out onto a view of the city that I couldn't place. A skyline that seemed familiar and foreign at the same time. But these were small things, imperceptible things. And I'd learned that small, imperceptible things were easier to ignore than I'd ever believed possible. My coworkers welcomed me back. Sam from accounting asked if I was feeling better. I said I was. Jordan from marketing handed me a stack of emails I needed to catch up on. Morgan in HR scheduled me for a meeting that was ostensibly about my absences, but turned out to be about something else entirely. A reorganization, a shift in departments, a new project that required people with my skill set. I took the new position. I accepted the raise. I moved out of the hotel and into a new apartment in a different neighborhood, one with reliable stairs and hallways that didn't change length based on the direction you travel through them. This new apartment was on the 5th floor of a building that had been converted from a warehouse in the 1980s. The brick was exposed. The ceilings were high. There was a wall of windows that overlooked a park where people walked their dogs and sat on benches and seemed to be living lives that made sense to them. I spent the first week unpacking and trying not to think about the apartment I'd abandoned across the city. My landlord stopped by to ask if I needed anything. I didn't. I thanked him. He left me alone. The second week, I noticed the hallway outside my unit was slightly narrower than I remembered it from my first tour of the building. I measured it with my footsteps. The narrowing was real, maybe 2 feet less on each side. Not enough to make walking difficult, just enough to register, to lodge itself in the back of my mind like a small discomfort. I told myself it was a trick of perspective. I told myself I'd misremembered the dimensions. I told myself that buildings don't change, that walls don't move, that the space between one point and another remains constant. But I'd already learned that buildings do change, that walls do move, that space is far more flexible than I'd ever wanted to believe. I stopped using the hallway, ility of ever being close to anyone again. I accepted this, or at least I learned to live with it, which amounted to the same thing. A year after moving in, I made the decision to move again. The apartment had become too obviously wrong. The hallway was significantly longer now, taking me a noticeably greater amount of time to traverse each time I walked down it, even though the distance remained the same from a mathematical standpoint. The living room had developed a subtle curve to it that I could sense but not see. The bedroom seemed to have more wall space than it should have, as though it extended beyond the visible boundaries of the building. I couldn't stay there. The wrongness was becoming too obvious, too unavoidable. I found a new apartment in a different neighborhood, in a building that at first inspection seemed relatively normal. I packed my things and I didn't leave a forwarding address, even though the landlord had always been kind to me. I left the key on the kitchen counter and I walked out, and I didn't look back. This new apartment was smaller, on the second floor of an older building with wood flooring and plaster walls and the kind of bones that suggested stability. I moved in on a Tuesday. I unpacked slowly. I didn't hang any pictures. I didn't arrange the furniture in any particular way. I tried to keep the space as neutral as possible, as though treating it as temporary would somehow prevent it from becoming obviously wrong. For the first month, nothing seemed out of place. For the second month, the hallway began to expand. I recognized the signs immediately. The way a journey down the hallway took slightly longer than it should. The way the distance from the elevator to my door seemed to fluctuate depending on what time of day it was. The settled sense that I was walking through more space than the building should contain. I realized then that it didn't matter where I moved. The wrongness wasn't in the buildings themselves. It was in me. It was in the way I moved through space, the way I perceived distance, the way my presence somehow caused the geometry around me to become unstable. I'd carried it from the original apartment to the second one, and then to this one. I would carry it to the next place I moved, and the next, and all the places after that. The wrongness was portable. It was mine. It was as much a part of me as my heartbeat or my breath. I stopped trying to run from it. I still move apartments occasionally when the wrongness becomes too obvious, when the hallways grow too long, when the space becomes too obviously unstable to hide anymore. But I move with the acceptance that I'm not running toward anywhere better. I'm just moving to a place where the wrongness hasn't been noticed yet, where I have a few months of relative normalcy before the geometry begins to shift. This is my life now. This is the world that I move through. A world where distances are approximate, where space is negotiable. Story 3. I keep finding my reflection wearing clothes I haven't chosen yet. The sweater I was wearing in the mirror wasn't the one I'd put on that morning. I stood there for a long moment, my hand still raised to my neck where I'd been adjusting the collar of my gray cardigan, the soft merino one I always reach for on Tuesday mornings, because it doesn't require ironing and it photographs well on video calls. The one that's been in my closet for 3 years. But in the mirror, my reflection wore the burgundy cable knit, the expensive one, the one I'd been saving for something. I turned away from the glass almost immediately, a small jolt of irritation moving through me. Fatigue did strange things. I'd been staying up too late, scrolling through work emails long past the point when I should have closed my laptop, and sleep had been thin and restless for the past week. The kind of sleep that leaves you feeling like you're moving through gauze all day. Small details got scrambled. Your eyes played tricks. But I noticed things. That was the thing about me. I'd always been meticulous. I kept careful track of which sweaters I owned, which ones were appropriate for which occasions, what colors looked best against my skin tone under different lighting. I had a system. My closet was organized by category and then by color. and I followed a loose rotation that I kept in my phone. It helped me move through mornings without friction. It helped everything feel manageable. I dressed methodically that Tuesday, standing at my open closet door and selecting the gray cardigan again. I was certain of it. I felt the weight of it, the familiar slide of the sleeves over my arms, the soft brush of the fabric against my collarbone. I caught a glimpse of myself in the standing mirror near the closet. There, yes, gray cardigan, black trousers, white shirt underneath. Everything aligned. Everything as it should be. The evening came the way it always did. Work finished around 6. I made tea. I sat on my bed with my laptop for another hour, answering messages, then closed everything down at 7:30. That was when I usually prepared for the next day. It was a small ritual. I'd open my closet, run through the week ahead in my mind, and select what I'd wear the following morning. It helped me sleep better, knowing the decision was already made. Wednesday's outfit came to me easily. The cream silk blouse that wrinkled if I looked at it wrong, paired with the darker trousers and the navy blazer. Something professional, but warm. I had a lunch meeting with my team. I could see myself in that combination already. I laid the pieces out on the chair near my bed, a habit, though I never actually picked them up from there in the morning. I always went back to the closet. But laying them out made the choice feel solid, real, like I'd already committed to it. The bedroom was still. The radiator ticked softly beneath the window. Outside, the street was quiet. I turned off the main light and switched on the bedside lamp, the one with the cream linen shade that cast everything in warm gold. My apartment was small, a one-bedroom in a building that had been retrofitted more than once and never quite felt entirely solid, but I'd made it comfortable. Neutral walls, good lighting, everything chosen deliberately. I didn't look at the mirror above the dresser as I climbed into bed. I faced the other direction toward the wall and pulled the duvet up to my chin. The radiator ticked. A car passed on the street below. Eventually, I slept. Wednesday morning came gray and cool. I went through my routine in the familiar sequence: shower, moisturizer, deodorant, then into the bedroom to dress. The clothes were there on the chair, waiting, and I felt the small satisfaction of having prepared well. Efficiency, control, but before I crossed to the closet for the cream blouse, I happened to glance at the mirror. The reflection was already dressed. The cream silk blouse, the darker trousers, the navy blazer, all correct, all exactly as I'd chosen. For a moment I felt nothing but a mild confusion. Had I actually gotten dressed already? Had I moved through the morning on autopilot? I looked down at myself. My skin still damp from the shower, my hair wrapped in the towel. Undressed, I looked back up at the mirror. The reflection looked back at me, fully clothed, waiting. The vertigo hit very suddenly. A sense of the room tilting, though it didn't. I steadied myself against the dresser. The mirror was large, antique-looking, bought years ago from an estate sale. Its frame was ornate brass, heavy and secure. It was an ordinary mirror. It reflected what was there to be reflected. Except I was standing in front of it, soaking wet with a towel in my hair, and my reflection was dressed for Thursday. No, Wednesday today, the clothes I'd chosen. I closed my eyes for a count of 4, then opened them. My reflection closed her eyes for a count of 4, then opened them. The cream blouse was still there, still being worn by the person in the glass who had my face and my body and my eyes, but which I was standing outside of. I turned away and didn't look back. I dressed carefully, methodically, pulling on the exact pieces I saw in the reflection, and when I was finished, I did look back, just briefly, just to confirm, and yes, there was congruence. I was wearing what my reflection was wearing. We matched. Everything was aligned again. But as I left the apartment for work, I couldn't quite shake the small metallic taste of unease that had settled on my tongue. There was a logical explanation, obviously, some quirk of glass and light and a mind still waking up. The kind of small perceptual misfire that meant nothing. I told myself this several times on the train. By evening, I'd nearly convinced myself it was true. But when I came home Wednesday night, I stood in my bedroom doorway for a long time, looking at the mirror from a distance, not moving any closer. There was no reason to feel cautious, no reason to hesitate. And yet I did. I turned away and changed my clothes in the corner of the room, my back to the glass. And I didn't look at my reflection again until Thursday morning. Thursday morning, when I was supposed to wear something else entirely. I went to the closet and selected the outfit I'd chosen the night before. A simple gray dress with a cardigan, neutral stockings, my everyday shoes. Nothing complicated, nothing that required thought. I dressed in the corner again, back to the mirror, and only when I was fully clothed did I turn around to check myself. The reflection was wearing the burgundy cable knit, the expensive one, the one I'd been saving. It was paired with dark jeans I'd bought months ago and had worn only twice. And it was styled with the silk scarf, the patterned one, the rust and cream tones, that I'd received as a gift last year and kept folded on the top shelf of my closet because I'd never quite figured out how to wear it right. I was not wearing any of those things. I was wearing the gray dress, plain chosen on my body. My reflection wore the burgundy. I think I made some kind of sound. Not quite a word, not quite a gasp. Something caught between intention and reflex. I looked down at my hands, my actual hands, in the gray dress. Then I looked back up at the mirror. The reflection was still there, still dressed in clothes that existed in my apartment, but not on my body. The reflection looked calm. Composed, the scarf was tied elegantly. The burgundy looked rich against the face I shared with it. It looked better, I had to admit. It looked better than what I was wearing. I felt something shift inside my chest. A small realignment. A quiet recognition of something I didn't yet have words for. I turned away from the mirror and went to work wearing the gray dress, and I didn't mention it to anyone, and no one noticed, and everything continued. But that evening, I didn't select the next day's outfit. I couldn't, because I no longer trusted that what I chose would be what I would wear. That evening I sat on the edge of my bed without undressing and stared at the closed closet door. My rational mind offered explanations in neat, orderly rows. Stress, sleep deprivation, the peculiar tricks mirrors play when you haven't eaten enough, the way your brain fills in gaps with what it expects to see rather than what's actually there. I'd read about this somewhere. The human eye is not a camera. Perception is interpretation. I could almost believe it. I took off the gray dress and hung it carefully. I didn't look at the mirror. I changed into sleep clothes and got into bed and pulled the covers up and tried to think about the presentation I had to give on Friday, the one I'd been preparing for 2 weeks, the slides I still needed to refine. Normal thoughts, grounding thoughts. At 3 a.m. I woke without knowing why. The apartment was silent in that particular way that only silence can be, not the absence of sound, but a presence of its own, thick and patient. I lay in the dark for several minutes, my heart moving too fast, and tried to identify what had pulled me from sleep. A noise, a dream, the simple random firing of a brain that wasn't done waking yet. Then I heard it. A soft sound from the bathroom, the one that adjoins my bedroom. A whisper of movement, the kind of small disturbance that might be pipes settling or the building's old bones adjusting themselves, but wasn't. Not quite. I didn't get up. I stayed in bed and listened to nothing for a long time, and then I turned on my nightstand lamp. The bathroom door was open a few inches more than I'd left it. I was certain I'd closed it. Almost certain. I played through the evening in my mind, brushing my teeth, washing my face, the deliberate act of pulling the door shut against its slightly warped frame. Yes, I'd closed it. Because I always did. The apartment was old, and doors required intention. I got out of bed and walked the 3 steps to the bathroom and pushed the door open with one finger. Everything was as it should be. Sink, mirror, the small window above the toilet, closed and locked. The tile floor dry. No sign of disturbance. The bathroom was inert, waiting, telling me nothing. I checked the main mirror again before bed. My reflection wore what I was wearing. Gray sleep shirt. Nothing else. It was an immense relief, a small correction. I stood there for a moment longer, making sure, and then I went back to bed. I didn't sleep again that night. Friday morning, I called in to work. I said I had a migraine. The lie came easily, which troubled me more than the truth I was hiding. My supervisor said, of course, take the day, rest, we'll handle the presentation. I could feel her eyes through the phone, concern, or perhaps the professional calculation of whether I was reliable. I'd always been reliable. This call was a deviation. This call was a note of something off-key. I spent Friday in my apartment without turning on many lights. I didn't approach the closet. I didn't look in any mirrors beyond a quick glance to verify my face was still my own. I worked on my laptop in the living room, pretending the presentation I'd rescheduled was occupying my mind, pretending I was present in my own life. Around noon, I realized I hadn't eaten since Thursday afternoon. I opened my refrigerator and stood before it, staring at the contents. A container of yogurt, some vegetables I'd meant to cook, a block of cheese, half a bottle of white wine. All ordinary, all real, all mine. I made a sandwich and ate it standing at the kitchen counter and didn't taste it. That afternoon, I did something I'd been avoiding. I opened the closet and stood before it without looking at the mirror, and I tried to do a mental inventory of what was actually there. The gray dress, the burgundy cable knit, other sweaters, other dresses, a few pairs of jeans, the silk scarf folded on the top shelf. The items were where I'd left them. The inventory matched reality. But as I was turning to leave, I noticed something that made me stop. A jacket. Denim, faded blue. I didn't remember owning it. I took it off the rack and turned it over in my hands. It was worn in all the right places. The seams soft, the cuffs slightly frayed. It was the kind of jacket that looked like it had been broken in over years. The label inside was a brand I recognized but hadn't shopped from in at least 3 years. It was my size. It smelled faintly of detergent, the kind I use, and underneath that something else. Something like fabric softener or dust or time. I didn't remember buying it. I didn't remember owning it. But I couldn't be certain of that anymore, could I? My certainty was becoming unreliable. My memory was becoming a thing I had to question. I hung it back on the rack and closed the closet door. I didn't look at the mirror. Saturday morning, I woke with a specific purpose. I needed to document this. Not to tell anyone, I wasn't ready for that. Wasn't sure I ever would be. But to make a record that was external to my own mind. Something I could look back at and verify. Something that wasn't just internal experience, which was starting to feel like it was dissolving. I got my phone and took a photograph of my closet. I opened the door, stepped back, and took a picture of the full interior. The clothes hanging, the scarf folded on the shelf, the denim jacket visible among the others. Then I looked at the photo on my phone screen. The denim jacket wasn't in it. I looked at the closet. The jacket was there. Faded blue, hanging between a navy sweater and a cream cardigan. I looked back at the phone. The space where the jacket should have been was empty. Just the edge of the navy sweater and the cream cardigan side by side, with a gap between them that the denim jacket should have occupied. I took another photo. Same result. The jacket, visible in the physical space, invisible in the image. I set the phone down on the bed. My hands were shaking slightly. I picked it up again. I deleted the photos. I opened the camera app fresh and took a picture of my own face, just to confirm that the camera worked, that the phone was capturing reality correctly. My face appeared on the screen, tired, pale, wearing an expression I didn't quite recognize, but it was mine. I looked back at the closet. The denim jacket was still there. That afternoon, I put it on. I don't know why. There's no good explanation for it. It wasn't a rational decision. It was more like permission, a small surrender to something that was already happening, that had been happening whether I acknowledged it or not. I pulled the jacket on over my sleep shirt and looked at myself in the bedroom mirror. I was wearing the denim jacket, the jacket that couldn't be photographed, the jacket I didn't remember owning. And in the mirror, I was wearing something else entirely. It was a coat, charcoal gray, structured, expensive looking, the kind of thing I would choose if I were trying to look a certain way at a certain time. If I were trying to present myself as someone I was still working on becoming. I didn't own that coat. I took off the denim jacket and hung it back in the closet. And I didn't try to photograph it again, and I didn't look at myself in the mirror for the rest of the day. But I kept thinking about the coat, about how it looked, about how right it seemed, how much better it made the version of myself in the glass appear. Sunday morning, I did something I probably shouldn't have done. I called my sister. We don't talk often. We're not distant exactly, but we've developed the kind of relationship where contact is occasional and pleasant and ultimately superficial. I couldn't tell her the real reason I was calling. I couldn't explain what was happening. So instead, I asked about her job, about whether she'd heard from our mother recently. I filled the phone line with normalcy, but partway through, I asked, "Hey, do you remember me buying a denim jacket? Maybe like 3 or 4 years ago?" There was a pause. "I don't think so, no, why? Just curious. I found one in my closet and I don't remember where it came from. Maybe it was someone else's? Do you have roommates?" "I don't. I haven't for 5 years. "No, I don't think so. Probably just a gap in my memory. It happens." We said goodbye soon after. I didn't tell her anything of importance. I didn't tell her anything true. That evening, I made a decision. I couldn't keep avoiding the mirrors. Avoidance was making it worse, was building it up into something that took up more space in my mind with each hour I didn't confront it. Maybe confrontation would help. Maybe if I really looked, if I really paid attention, I'd see something that would make sense, some trick of the light, some explanation that would click into place. I went into my bedroom. I stood before the full-length mirror and really looked at my reflection. She was wearing the coat, the charcoal gray one. Her hair was styled differently than I'd done it, not dramatically so, just slightly different. The part moved over a half-inch. The wave fell differently. It was the kind of small change that suggested intention, that suggested choice. The reflection looked calm, almost serene. She looked like someone who knew where she was going, someone who'd already decided what she wanted and was well on the way to becoming it. I looked down at my hands. Plain unpainted nails, nothing special about them. Then I looked back up. The reflection was looking directly at me, not through me, at me. The way another person looks when they're seeing you across a room, when they're not looking at their own face in the mirror, but at something else, someone else. The reflection's mouth moved. No sound came out, but I could read it. Just one word. Wait, I turned away. I didn't look at that mirror again that night. But I lay in bed listening to the old building settle around me, listening for sounds that might come from the bathroom, listening for the small whisper of movement that might mean something was changing, rearranging, becoming something I wasn't ready to understand. The apartment was quiet. The apartment was patient. The apartment, I was beginning to realize, was waiting, too. Monday morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't face the office, couldn't sit at my desk and pretend the ordinary world was still intact. My manager didn't ask questions. Nobody does anymore. Everyone has their own invisible weight to carry. I spent the morning in my kitchen drinking coffee that went cold, trying to think through this with the kind of rational clarity that was becoming harder to access. Mirrors were reflections. Physics, light. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. I'd learned that in school. The laws of optics didn't change because I was afraid. But the laws of physics didn't account for intent. They didn't account for a mouth moving inwards. They didn't account for the absolute certainty I felt when I saw my reflection looking at me rather than simply existing as a reversed image of what I was. By noon, I'd convinced myself I could approach this differently. Methodically, I took my phone into the bathroom and set it on the counter, recording if something was happening. If my mind was actually fracturing in some way I couldn't control, then maybe I should document it. Maybe seeing the footage afterward would show me what was really there, stripped of whatever perception was distorting things in the moment. I turned to face the mirror. The reflection was already waiting, already still, already wearing the coat. This was new. In all the previous moments, I'd looked into the mirror and then found the coat already there, already worn. But this time, as I turned toward the glass, I'd caught a sense of movement just finishing. The coat settling, the reflection settling into place. Like I'd nearly caught her in the act of putting it on. "Are you real?" I asked. The bathroom was small. My voice sounded strange in it, too present, too loud, too real. The reflection didn't respond. She stood there in the charcoal gray, her expression unchanging, and I realized something that made my chest tighten. She looked disappointed, the way someone looks when you've asked a question you should already know the answer to, the way someone looks when you're being slow. I picked up my phone. I looked at the screen where the camera was recording, then at the mirror. On the phone screen in the recorded image, I was standing alone. No reflection, no coat. Just empty space where the mirror should have shown me back. I looked up from the phone to the actual mirror. The reflection was still there, watching me, waiting. My hands were shaking. I turned off the recording. I didn't look at the footage. Some part of me understood that whatever was on that video, I didn't want to see it. Some part of me understood that confirmation of the impossible was worse than doubt, worse than uncertainty, worse than living in that strange, suspended state where I could still pretend this was neurological, chemical, some problem that could be solved. I left the bathroom. I closed the door behind me as if that mattered, as if a closed door meant anything at all. The rest of Monday dissolved. I remember moving through the apartment in a kind of purposeful daze, opening and closing cabinets, reorganizing things that didn't need reorganizing. I remember the light changing through the windows. I remember the weight of evening settling in. What I don't clearly remember is deciding to go back to the bathroom. But around 9 o'clock, I was standing in front of the mirror again. The reflection had changed her clothes. Not the coat. The coat remained, that constant element. But underneath it, she was wearing something different. A shirt I owned, but hadn't worn in months. A shirt that was still hanging in my closet, I was almost certain. A dark gray button-up that I'd bought on a Tuesday afternoon and then decided against. It never looked right on me. The shoulders didn't sit correctly. The color was too flat against my skin. On the reflection, it looked perfect. "What do you want?" I heard myself ask. My voice had cracked. I sounded desperate. The reflection's eyes moved. For a moment, I thought she might speak. I could see her chest rising and falling with breath that matched the rhythm of my own breathing. We were synchronized. We were the same, and we were impossibly different. Then the bathroom light flickered. Just once. A half-second dimming like the filament had hiccuped. In that moment of darkness, I felt something shift in the small room, a displacement of air, a presence that had been contained within the mirror suddenly less contained. The light came back on. I was alone in the bathroom. The mirror showed only me, bare-faced and terrified. My clothes, the ones I'd chosen and worn. No coat, no impossible reflection looking back with patient eyes. I left the bathroom and locked myself in my bedroom. I'm aware, even now, of how stupid that was. I'm aware that doors and locks mean nothing. But there's a difference between knowing something intellectually and being forced to live within it. There's a difference between understanding something and accepting it. I texted Jordan, someone from work I occasionally grab lunch with, and asked if they wanted to meet for a drink. It was almost 10 at night. It was unusual. But Jordan said yes, said they were nearby, said they could meet in 20 minutes. I got dressed quickly, throwing on a jacket, not the gray one, God no, and left the apartment without looking at any reflective surface. Not the mirror by the door, not the darkened window, not the back of my phone screen. The bar was crowded and loud, and I sat in that noise like it was water, like it could hold me up. Jordan arrived damp from the rain and ordered a beer and asked me how I was doing. I said fine. I said work was just getting to me. I said I needed to not be alone for a while. Jordan is perceptive. I don't think they believed me. But they didn't push. We sat and talked about the kind of nothing that people talk about when they're feeling time, and I felt the tension in my shoulders gradually begin to ease. The ordinary world was still there. It was still functioning. I was still in it. Until Jordan said, "Hey, did you get that jacket recently?" I looked at them. They were pointing at my reflection in the bar window behind me. In my reflection, I was wearing the charcoal gray coat. I was wearing it perfectly, like it had been tailored for me, like I'd chosen it specifically, like it was exactly what I'd wanted all along. No, I said carefully, "Why, just looks good on you. Really suits you. I didn't turn around. I didn't check the mirror. I didn't look at my phone screen or the polished surface of my beer glass. I just sat there and felt the thing that had been building in the back of my mind finally reach its conclusion. She wasn't in the mirror anymore. She was wearing my clothes now, occupying my spaces, and I couldn't tell where she was. I couldn't tell where the boundary was. I could feel the coat like fabric against my own skin, like it was part of me. Like it had always been part of me, and I'd only just now started to notice. I should get home, I told Jordan. Sorry, I'm not great company tonight. I paid for my drink and left before they could respond. I walked through the rain in the dark, and I didn't look at shop windows or parked cars or any of the 100 reflective surfaces the city throws at you. I kept my eyes straight ahead, and I thought very carefully about what I would do when I got back to my apartment. When I unlocked the door, I went directly to my closet without turning on any lights. I moved my hands through the hangers, feeling the different textures of fabric: soft cotton, rough wool, smooth synthetics. At the very back, behind everything else, I found it. The charcoal gray coat. Both of them, mine and the one that wasn't mine. Two identical coats hanging side by side. I don't know when the second one appeared. I don't know how long it's been there. I took one of them off the hanger. I put my arms into the sleeves. It fit perfectly. It settled against my shoulders like it belonged there, like it had been waiting for me all along, like I'd never actually owned anything else that made sense to wear. I went to the mirror. I had to look. I had to know. In the glass, there was only one reflection. Just me. Just one person. Just one version of everything. She was wearing the coat. She was smiling. And for the first time, I couldn't tell which side of the mirror was which. I still don't know. I didn't leave the apartment for 3 days. This wasn't a choice exactly. I woke up the morning after the mirror and I was still wearing the coat. The fabric had taken on my body temperature. It moved with me like skin. When I tried to take it off, my hands would reach for the buttons and then stop, caught in some small hesitation I couldn't quite name. So I wore it through the apartment instead. Into the kitchen, to the bathroom, back to bed. The apartment looked the same as it always had, but the space felt different, narrower somehow. The hallway from my bedroom to the living room seemed to require more steps than it used to, though when I measured it with my phone's distance app, the numbers were exactly what they'd always been. The walls hadn't moved. The carpet was the same length. My mind was simply learning to take longer to traverse it. I looked at my reflection only once, on the second day, when I needed to brush my teeth. I went to the bathroom mirror, and I stood there for a long time before I actually looked. When I did, it was just me. Just my face, just my eyes looking back at the way they always had. The coat hung on my shoulders and settled into the same folds in both the glass and in the air. I felt something like relief, but it came with a taste underneath it. Like relief wasn't the whole story. Like relief was just the surface. and there was a deeper current running underneath that I wasn't ready to examine. On the third day, Jordan called. "Hey," they said, "you kind of ghosted me. Everything okay?" I was sitting on my bed. The coat was wrapped around me like a blanket. Through the window, I could see the street below. People moving through their days with the certainty that their reflections belonged to them. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just been tired." "You sure? You seemed really off at the bar." I thought about telling Jordan the truth. I thought about the words I would use to describe it. The way the fabric had felt in my hands, the smile in the glass, the moment when I couldn't tell which side of the mirror I was standing on. But I couldn't find the shape of those words. They wouldn't stay still in my mouth. "Just work stress," I said. "It passes." Jordan was quiet for a moment. "Do you want to get together again? We could do something low-key. Maybe next week," I said. "I'm not really up for going out right now." After we hung up, I sat in the quiet of the apartment, and I thought about what it meant to have friends who didn't understand you completely, who couldn't see all the ways you were being occupied by something that wasn't you, but wasn't quite separate from you either. It was lonely in a particular way, the way loneliness feels when you're in a room full of other people. On the fourth day, I showered without taking the coat off. The water ran down the fabric and pooled at my feet and drained away. The coat didn't get heavier. It didn't cling to me. It just absorbed the water like it had been designed for this specific purpose. Like this was one of the things it had always been meant to do. When I dried off, the coat dried too, and it was as though the water had never touched it at all. That's when I realized that I had stopped trying to take it off. I couldn't say when the decision had been made, or if it had been made at all, but somewhere between the third day and the fourth. My hands had stopped reaching for the buttons. The impulse to remove it had simply gone away, the way small pains eventually fade if you don't pay attention to them, like grief or hunger, like anything that wears at you long enough that you stop noticing the wearing. I looked at my closet, all the other clothes I'd accumulated over the years, the sweaters and the jeans and the shirts I'd picked out in stores under fluorescent lights, believing in each moment that I was choosing something that reflected who I was. They looked like artifacts now, like things that belonged to someone else's life. The charcoal gray coat fit perfectly. I went back to work on the fifth day. My colleagues didn't comment on the coat. I wore it through the office and through the meetings and through the fluorescent afternoon, and nobody said anything. The world is full of people wearing coats. The world is full of people in clothes that they've worn so long that the clothes have become invisible. I sat at my desk and I did my work and I felt the weight of the fabric across my shoulders, and I understood, in a quiet way, that this was what normal felt like from the inside. It felt like surrender, but not the kind of surrender that comes with dramatic relief. Not the kind where you finally let something go and feel lighter. This was the other kind, where you stop pushing against something and discover that it was never actually pushing back. It was just there. It was just waiting for you to stop resisting it. Morgan from accounting asked me to grab lunch with them one day, around 2 weeks in. I said yes because saying no would have meant explaining something I didn't have words for. We went to a place near the office, and Morgan ordered a sandwich, and I ordered something I didn't really taste. We talked about the work we were doing and the people we worked with and the weather, which had been gray and unremarkable. Normal conversational material, the kind of thing that binds people together without requiring them to actually know each other. "That coat suits you," Morgan said, the same way Jordan had in the bar, the same observation that had started everything. "You look good in it." I cut my sandwich into smaller and smaller pieces. I thought about all the different versions of myself that were still out there somewhere, wearing all the different clothes they'd chosen for themselves. I thought about the distance between those versions and this one. The one sitting across from Morgan, the one wrapped in charcoal gray. "Thank you," I said. The strange Parsec additional middle section of the apartment had always felt smaller than the floor plan suggested. I'd measured it once, years ago after a nightmare about walls closing in, my tape measure against plaster and trim, finding every dimension exactly where it should be. 1,080 square feet. The numbers gave me comfort then. Now they felt like a lie. I'd started keeping journals, not the organized kind. Scattered notebooks across the kitchen counter, in the desk drawer wedged between the refrigerator and the wall. Each one documented what I'd seen, not what happened, just what I'd observed. The dates, the times, the clothes I watched myself wear before my hands had ever chosen them. The light in my bathroom had begun to feel intentional in a way light shouldn't be. It came from nowhere specific, no single source that made sense. The vanity lights were always off, but the mirror itself seemed to emanate a kind of phosphorescent glow, like something just beneath the surface was slowly burning. Cold. Everything about it felt cold. I'd tested the mirror with my palm once, expecting frigid glass, but it was warm. Slightly warmer than skin temperature, like touching something that had just been held by hands other than my own. I stopped turning on the overhead light. The indirect luminescence was easier to look at anyway, less harsh, less real. The hallway outside my bedroom had developed a particular quality of silence. It wasn't the normal silence of an apartment at night, that muffled quiet of neighboring lives insulated by drywall and distance. This was different. This was the silence of a space that was actively swallowing sound. I'd noticed it first when walking from bedroom to kitchen at 3 a.m. My footsteps didn't echo the way they used to. They seemed to disappear entirely, as if the hallway was absorbing them before they could fully form. Now, I sometimes stood in that hallway for minutes, listening to the absence. It felt like standing inside someone else's attention. The walls had the texture of skin that had been exposed to something. Not damage. Nothing visible. But there was a quality to the plaster, a faint translucence in certain light, as if the material was becoming permeable, or as if something was pressing from the other side, ever so gently, leaving only the impression of contact. The cream-colored paint I'd chosen 3 years ago had begun to look like it was developing a faint iridescence, particularly in the corners where the walls met the ceiling. I'd purchased new paint twice, thinking I was misremembering the original color. But when I opened the cans and held them up, they looked different, too, subtly off, as if whatever I was looking at was shifting slightly out of phase with what I chose. I'd stopped inviting people over. The last friend who visited, Casey, who'd known me since college, had stayed for only 40 minutes. We'd sat in the living room with tea neither of us drank. Casey kept looking around the apartment, jaw tightening. When I asked if something was wrong, they said the place felt off somehow, smaller than they remembered. The windows seemed to be in slightly different positions, they thought, though they couldn't point to which ones. I watched their discomfort compound. They didn't see the mirror, I made sure of that. But something about the space itself was making their skin crawl. After they left, I felt relief. The kitchen had become my least favorite room, though I spent most of my time there. The refrigerator had developed a sound, not a hum, not the standard operational noise of an appliance. Something underneath that, a low-frequency vibration that seemed to resonate in my molars when I stood too close. I'd had it serviced. The technician found nothing wrong. He demonstrated the sound to me, playing a recording of what a healthy unit should sound like. It was identical to what I heard. But it wasn't. The pitch was close enough to be maddening, close enough that I questioned whether the difference existed at all. I'd begun to live on the periphery of the kitchen, staying toward the counter, toward the stove, away from the refrigerator side of the room. I was aware of how this looked. I was aware of what it meant about my mind. But awareness and control are not the same thing. The apartment's lighting had changed in ways I couldn't account for. The windows received the same sunlight they always had. I'd verified this, checked the angle, the time of day, the season. But the way that light moved through the rooms had become sluggish. It seemed to behave as if it was moving through water instead of air. The dust particles hung visible even in bright afternoon light, suspended like organisms in a transparent medium. I watched them move in slow, deliberate patterns, never random, never natural. It was as if something invisible was moving through the light itself, and the dust particles were tracking its passage. I'd started sleeping with my eyes partially open, not by choice. It was something that had begun happening around week 3, after the first time I saw myself in the mirror wearing the gray cardigan. My body would lie down, my mind would drift, and then my eyelids would stop closing all the way, as if something was holding them slightly open, keeping watch. In the darkness of my bedroom, I'd lie there with that thin strip of vision intact, enough to perceive movement if it occurred, enough to see the hallway outside my door, the empty hallway that didn't feel empty anymore. My sense of the apartment's layout had begun to fragment. I'd lived here for 4 years. I should know every corner, every threshold, every point where one room becomes another. But increasingly, I'd find myself in spaces that felt somehow extended. The distance from bedroom to bathroom seemed to vary. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. A difference of 4 or 5 steps that wasn't accounted for by any possible architectural explanation. I'd mapped it. I'd walked it. I'd measured it. The numbers made sense. The experience didn't. There was a particular moment, around dusk on a Thursday, when rain was beginning to suggest itself in the temperature, where I stood in my living room and experienced a sudden clarity. Not understanding, just momentary clarity about what was happening. The apartment was becoming a reflection, not of my home, of something else, of some place I hadn't been to yet, or some place I was being prepared for. That thought lasted 7 seconds before I suppressed it, but I couldn't unsee it. The mirror had begun to appear in peripheral spaces, not the bathroom mirror. Other reflections. In the dark screen of my television, in the surface of a glass I'd left on the counter, in the window at night when the outside had become dark enough that the interior was more visible than the street beyond. And in each of them, at the edge of perception, I could see myself wearing something I hadn't chosen. The clothes themselves remained consistent with the earlier visions. The cream-colored blouse, the charcoal slacks, colors that were technically mine, things I owned or could own. But seeing them accumulate this way in fragmented reflections throughout the apartment created a kind of timeline, a progression, as if I was moving toward wearing these clothes the way someone moves through time. Inevitable, unstoppable, I'd taken to wearing the clothes repeatedly, trying to diffuse them through familiarity. If I wore the cardigan in the morning, would I stop seeing it in the mirror worn by someone who was almost me, but not quite? If I chose the clothes before they could appear, could I reclaim agency in this? It didn't work. When I wore the cardigan, I'd see myself in the mirror having already changed into the next item. The blouse, the slacks, a progression that my body was always already moving through. The space of the apartment felt like it was narrowing, not physically, but perceptually, as if the world outside these walls was becoming increasingly irrelevant, increasingly impossible to focus on. I'd stand at the windows and look at the street below, the same street I'd looked at for 4 years, and it would seem like a representation of a street rather than a street itself, like a painting of outsideness rather than actual outside. The people walking past felt two-dimensional. The traffic sounded synthesized. Only the interior mattered now. Only what was reflected. Only what I hadn't chosen yet. T was that I meant it. There's a version of this story where something terrible happened, where the person in the mirror took over completely and I was displaced, pushed into some dark corner of glass where I could watch my own life happening without me, where the violation was absolute and clear, and I was the victim of something that could be named and fought against. That's not what happened. What happened was slower and smaller and almost invisible. What happened was that I stopped being able to tell the difference between choosing something and being chosen by it. The coat became part of me, and I became part of the coat, and somewhere in that merger, the person who was resisting it simply ceased to exist. Not because I was killed or replaced or removed, but because the boundary between myself and the thing that was wearing me had always been thinner than I thought. I walk through the world now, and I see people in their clothes, and I wonder about them. I wonder how long each of them has been occupied. I wonder when they stop noticing. I wonder if they're still looking for the moment when they made the choice, or if they've finally accepted that the choice has always been being made for them, one fabric thread at a time. Last week, I caught my reflection in a store window. The coat looked perfect on me. It looked like it had been tailored specifically for my body, my shoulders, my particular way of moving through space. It looked like the most natural thing I'd ever worn. And for just a moment, so brief I almost missed it, I saw another coat, hanging in the darkness of the store window behind the glass. Another charcoal gray coat, identical to mine, suspended on a hanger that shouldn't have been there. I didn't stop. I didn't look more carefully. I didn't wait to see if another version of myself emerged wearing it, or if it was just the reflection of a reflection, or if it was something else entirely, something that was still waiting, still measuring, still learning the exact shape of me so it could find the perfect fit. I just kept walking, one foot in front of the other, the weight of the coat settling against my shoulders like it had always belonged there, like it will always belong there. And that's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Not the terror of it. Terror would have been easier. It would have given me something to fight against. What I feel instead is the quiet knowledge that somewhere in this city, in closets and store windows and the dark corners of mirrors, there are versions of things waiting for people to stop resisting them, waiting for them to finally understand that the clothes were never something you chose. You were always something they were choosing you to be. I think about this every time I look at my hands, which no longer feel quite like mine. My hands, which are learning to move the way the coat wants them to move. My hands, which are starting to wonder if they've ever belonged to me at all. Story 4. The guest room where someone else's sleep disturbs my bed. I should have stayed in the city. That's what I tell myself now, lying in the dark of my childhood home, listening to the particular silence that only old houses make, not quiet, but breathing. Waiting, I came back for 2 weeks because my mother asked, and because I'd been away long enough that saying no felt cruel. 7 years in a different state, different apartment, different life. And then one phone call mentioning that she'd been thinking about me, that the house felt different now that my father was gone. She didn't say lonely. She didn't have to. I arrived on a Thursday in late October. The drive took 6 hours from the city, most of it highway. The last 40 minutes on roads I could navigate in my sleep. Roads I have navigated in my sleep, back when I lived here. The trees were already turning brown at the edges, that exhausted autumn look, and the sky had settled into the kind of gray that makes you forget what direct sunlight feels like. My mother was waiting at the door when I pulled in. She's smaller than I remember, though I know that's not possible. She's the same size, and I'm the same size, and time doesn't actually rearrange people's proportions. But there it was anyway, that optical illusion of return. She hugged me in the doorway, and I smelt her hair, which was the same shampoo from 20 years ago. And I felt something settle in my chest that I'd been holding tight for most of the drive. The house smelled like it always has, old wood, the faint mineral dust smell from the heating system, and something sweet underneath that I think is just what homes smell like when people have lived in them a long time. Accumulated time, sinking into walls and floorboards. We had dinner early. My mother made the pasta dish I remembered. Nothing fancy, just something she made when I was in high school and staying up too late studying. She asked me about my job, about the apartment, about whether I was seeing anyone. I gave her the short answers, the ones that don't require follow-up. She nodded and told me about the neighborhood, about which of my father's friends had stopped by, about the leak in the basement that the contractor finally fixed last spring. Safe topics. Easy topics. By 8 o'clock, I could feel the exhaustion from driving catching up with me. My mother suggested I get some rest, that we could do a proper catch-up in the morning over breakfast. She showed me to the guest room, the small room at the end of the upstairs hallway, the one with the sloped ceiling and the window that looked out over the side yard where the old oak tree had finally been cut down. We had new mattress put in last year, she said, gesturing to the narrow bed. The old one was getting pretty worn. This one's much nicer. I nodded and set my duffel bag on the floor. The room was exactly as I remembered it. The same pale yellow walls, the same dark wood nightstand, the same small shelf that used to hold my childhood collection of paperback mystery novels. The radiator beneath the window made its familiar ticking sound, ramping up to heat. The ceiling angled down sharply on the side closest to the wall, and I remembered banging my head on it more than once as a teenager when I'd jump out of bed. "Let me know if you need anything," my mother said. "There are fresh towels in the bathroom, and I put some water bottles on the nightstand." After she left, I unpacked the few things I'd brought and got ready for bed. The mattress was indeed new. It had that particular firmness of something that hasn't been slept on much yet. I lay down on top of the quilt my mother had put on, not bothering to get under it. I wasn't actually that tired anymore. The long drive and the anxiety of return had burned off, leaving me alert, watching the ceiling in the almost dark. There was a light pollution glow from the neighbor's porch light coming through the window, enough that I could see the shape of the room around me. The window had no curtains, which I remembered as unusual for a guest room, but no curtains meant I could see the side yard beyond, dark and formless under the October sky, just the suggestion of grass and empty space where the oak tree used to stand. I rolled over and pulled the quilt up over myself. Sleep would come. It always did. But before I let myself drift, I noticed something that I didn't think much about at the time, something I cataloged and filed away as unimportant. The mattress beneath me, the one my mother had said was brand new, almost a year new now, held the shape of someone else. Not dramatically, not obviously, but there was a depression in the surface of it, a settling of the foam, exactly parallel to where I lay, as if someone else had been sleeping in this bed, as if they'd left an imprint of themselves in the material. I told myself it was probably just the way new mattresses were. They come with impressions sometimes depending on how they're shipped and stored. Or maybe my mother had tested it out when it was first delivered. Maybe she'd lain down on it once to make sure it was firm enough. These were reasonable thoughts, and I held on to them as I closed my eyes. The room was quiet, except for the radiator's soft ticking. The house around me was silent, that settled, sleeping silence of an old building at night. I didn't hear anything unusual. I didn't see anything out of place. And yet, as I lay there in the dark waiting for sleep, I became slowly aware of a feeling I couldn't quite name. Not fear, exactly, not yet. It was smaller than that, a minor dissonance like hearing a song you know well played just slightly out of tune. Everything was familiar. Everything was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The mattress held the shape of someone else's sleep, and I was lying in a bed that felt like it was still occupied. The first morning, I didn't think about the mattress. Daylight has a way of making night thoughts seem foolish. I woke to gray October light filtering through that uncurtained window, the neighbor's porch light extinguished, and the room looked ordinary. Just a spare bedroom with beige walls and furniture that didn't quite match. The depression in the mattress was still there, of course, but in the morning it seemed like nothing, the kind of thing you notice and dismiss within seconds. I made coffee downstairs in my mother's kitchen. The house smelled like it always did, furniture polish and the faint sweetness of potpourri from a bowl on the hallway table. I'd been home for 3 weeks now, helping her with the renovations. Gutting the upstairs bathrooms, repainting the master bedroom, the kind of work that fills your days and lets you not think too hard about why you'd come back to your childhood home in the first place. My mother was already in the garden when I came down, pruning the hedge along the property line. Through the kitchen window, I could see her in her oversized gloves, the shears making their sharp metal sound against the branches. She looked smaller than I remembered. She was smaller. She'd lost weight, though she'd said nothing about it. Morning, I called through the glass. She waved, but didn't come in. I spent the day in the upstairs hallway priming drywall seams. The work was meditative and mindless. My hands remembered the motions even though it had been years since I'd done this kind of thing. By evening, my shoulders ached pleasantly, and I was covered in a fine dust that made my skin feel strange and textured. I showered in the guest bathroom, the only one that was fully functional, and went to bed early. That night, I noticed the cold spot. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't like stepping into a freezer or feeling a sudden draft. It was more subtle than that. I was lying in bed, already half asleep, when I became aware that the left side of the mattress, the side that held that peculiar depression, was cooler than the right. Not by much, maybe a few degrees. The kind of temperature difference you might not even consciously register if you weren't paying attention. But I was paying attention, and I felt it like a small electric current running through my awareness. I reached out and pressed my palm against the mattress. The fabric was definitely cooler there. I lifted the quilt and found that the sheet beneath was cool too, though not wet, not damp. Just cool, as if that side of the bed had been exposed to colder air for some time. I checked the window, still closed. The radiator on the far wall was ticking steadily, warm to the touch. I pulled the quilt back over myself and closed my eyes. The cool spot was still there, pressing against my back, and I had to actively choose not to think about it. But I was thinking about it. I was very much thinking about it. The next morning, I mentioned it to my mother while we were making lunch. "The guest room gets cold at night," I said, as casually as I could manage. "Is the radiator working properly?" My mother was slicing tomatoes, her movements precise and economical. She didn't look up. "The radiator works fine," she said. "I had them serviced last month. It's just cold on one side of the bed. Windows are thin in that room," she said, "and the mattress is new. They don't hold heat the same way the old ones did. They're made differently now. More foam, less density." This seemed reasonable. This seemed like the kind of thing someone would know. I accepted the explanation and moved on. But that evening, I found the window in the guest room was open. Not wide open, just a crack, maybe an inch at the most. The kind of opening you might not notice unless you were looking directly at it. But I'd been in that room every night, and I knew I hadn't opened it. I knew my mother hadn't asked me to open it. And I knew that before the cold spot, before the mattress impression, the window had definitely been closed. I shut it carefully and locked the latch. That night the mattress held its shape, and the cool spot was back. But this time it was even colder, as if the room's chill had seeped into the foam and settled there. I slept fitfully, my body curled away from the depression in the mattress, toward the warmer center of the bed. On the fourth morning, I found a book on the nightstand. I hadn't put it there. I knew this with absolute certainty because I hadn't brought any books into the guest room. My suitcase held clothes and toiletries and nothing else. The book had no dust jacket. It was bound in a faded cloth cover the color of old mushrooms, and the pages had the yellowed, brittle look of something very old or very old seeming. I picked it up carefully. The spine cracked when I opened it. The title page read, "A Study of Sleep, Its Disturbances and Manifestations." The publication date was 1923. The margins of the first few pages were marked with pencil, thin, careful lines alongside passages I didn't take time to read. Someone's notes, someone's underlines, someone's intimate marks in a book that had no reason to be in my guest room. I showed it to my mother. "Did you put this in there?" I asked. I didn't tell her where I'd found it. I wanted to see if she'd volunteer that information unprompted. She was folding laundry in the living room. She looked at the book for a long moment, and something flickered across her face. Something I couldn't quite name. Recognition? Discomfort? but it passed so quickly I might have imagined it. "No," she said finally. "I've never seen that before. It was on the nightstand. Maybe it was there before we got the new mattress," she said. "Maybe it got shifted around during delivery." But we both knew that made no sense. Mattress delivery happened months ago. If the book had been there, I would have seen it. I would have moved it. I took the book downstairs to the kitchen and placed it on the counter. I didn't open it again. I didn't want to read the marked passages. I didn't want to know what someone had thought important enough to underline. Sometime in the distant past, in a bedroom where I was now sleeping. The window opened again that night. Not a crack this time. Fully open, the bottom frame raised all the way up, the cool October air pouring in unobstructed. I found it like that when I woke at 2 a.m, my teeth chattering, my breath visible in the darkness. I got out of bed without turning on the light. I didn't want to see the mattress. I didn't want to look at the impression. I simply closed the window, locked it firmly, and stood there in the dark room, listening to my own breathing slow down. The cool spot on the mattress seemed to radiate cold. It was no longer a subtle temperature difference. It was pronounced now, aggressive, the kind of cold that belonged to winter, or to the very deep night, or to something else entirely. I gathered my pillow and the quilt and moved to the couch downstairs. In the morning, my mother asked no questions. I simply began sleeping on the couch every night after that, and she didn't comment or object. We didn't discuss it. We simply moved forward into the week with an unspoken agreement that the guest room was no longer somewhere I would sleep. But I still went in there during the day. I still noticed things. The book appeared again, this time on the dresser. The window opened once more, though I'd locked it. And the mattress, that new mattress my mother had assured me was barely a year old, continued to hold its shape, continued to develop its impression, continued to feel like it was waiting for someone to lie down on it again and complete whatever sleep had been interrupted. I began to wonder if the mattress was remembering something, if the foam could hold not just the physical shape of a body but something else, some imprint of presence, some echo of someone's rest. It was an irrational thought, the kind of thing I would have dismissed in any other context. But I was living in that other context now. I was living in a house where objects moved in the night and windows opened themselves and books appeared to tell me something I didn't want to understand. And every night, as I lay on the couch downstairs, I listened to the house settle around me, and I tried very hard not to think about who had been sleeping in that bed before me. I tried very hard not to wonder what had happened to them. And I tried, with decreasing success, not to notice that the cool spot on the mattress seemed to be growing, spreading outward like something alive, claiming more and more of that new foam, making more and more of the bed unsuitable for anyone living to rest their head down and close their eyes. I stopped going into that room during the day. It took me almost a week to admit that I was avoiding it, but by the 10th night on the couch, I couldn't pretend anymore. I was afraid of what I would find. Not because I thought something would jump out at me. I'd moved beyond that kind of fear. This was different. This was the fear of confirmation. The fear of seeing something that would make it real in a way I couldn't recover from. But avoidance has its own weight. It builds. It accumulates like dust in a room you don't enter. And eventually, it becomes heavier than the thing you're avoiding. My mother mentioned it on a Tuesday morning. We were sitting at the kitchen table. She was reading something on her phone. I was moving eggs around a plate I had no intention of finishing. "Did you move my box?" she asked, not looking up. "What box?" "The one I put in the guest room closet when you first arrived. I wanted to know if you'd seen it." I set my fork down carefully. "No, I haven't been. I've been sleeping downstairs." She looked at me then. A long look. The kind that suggested she'd been waiting for me to say that. "I know. But I'm asking if you went in there at all." "Why?" "Because I went in this morning, and the box was in the middle of the room. On the floor. The closet door was open, and the box was just sitting there, like someone had taken it out and set it down." I didn't answer. I couldn't think of an answer that wouldn't sound like I was losing my mind. "It's quite heavy," she continued. "I wouldn't have moved it, and I certainly wouldn't have left it in the middle of the floor. So either you did, or—" She trailed the room in daylight and see that everything was perfectly normal and explicable. The window was closed. I checked. The mattress lay flat and undisturbed. The book was still on the kitchen counter downstairs where I'd left it. The room smelled like old air and dust and nothing else. But the closet door was open, and I could see the marks in the carpet where my mother's box had been dragged, not carried. Dragged, there were 2 parallel lines worn into the fibers leading from the closet door to the center of the room. I stood in that doorway for a long time, looking at those marks. Then I went downstairs and found my mother in the living room. "We need to talk about this," I said. She was very still. She didn't look at me. "There's nothing to talk about. Something is happening in this house. Something isn't right. And I don't think it started when I got here." My mother closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there was something in her expression I'd never seen before. Not fear exactly. Something older than fear. Something that looked like resignation. "Sit down," she said. She told me then. Slowly, carefully, the way you might tell someone about a chronic pain you've learned to live with, the kind you mention only because they've noticed you limping. She'd bought the house 15 years ago. The guest room had always been difficult, cold even in summer, windows that stuck and then suddenly came loose, objects that seemed to migrate when she wasn't paying attention. Nothing terrible, nothing she could point to and say, "This is impossible." Just a quality to the room, a restlessness. When I was born, she'd stopped thinking about it. When I was growing up, she'd mostly forgotten. But after my father died, the room had become worse, more active, more present. She'd taken on a lodger for a while, but that hadn't lasted. She hadn't asked why he left. She already knew. "I thought it would be better with you here," she said. "I thought maybe, I don't know what I thought, that it would want to help, or that it would be quieter with family." "What do you mean it?" I asked. I don't have a better word for it, and I don't know what it wants. I stopped trying to figure that out years ago. We sat in silence. The afternoon light was moving across the floor, getting longer, getting closer to evening. I could feel the house around us, not threatening exactly, but aware, waiting for something, waiting for us to finish talking so it could continue with whatever it had been doing before we interrupted. "Has anything ever happened?" I asked. "Anything real?" My mother didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was very quiet. "There was someone living here before I bought it. A woman. She was old, very old. She didn't have family, or they didn't visit. She died in that room." My chest went very tight. The estate sale included the mattress. "I thought it would be better than leaving the old one when you said you were coming. I thought a new mattress would." She stopped. It didn't matter, did it? That night, I didn't sleep on the couch. I made the decision around midnight, sitting in the dark living room, listening to the house settle into the deeper silences of late night. I was going to go upstairs. I was going to get into that bed. I was going to stop letting myself be pushed out of a room in my own home by something I didn't understand and couldn't fight. It was the kind of decision you make when you're exhausted and past the point of rational fear. The kind that seems clear and even necessary in the moment, and terrible in the moment after. I climbed the stairs slowly. The hallway was darker than it should have been, even though I'd left the landing light on. I'd left it on specifically so I wouldn't have to navigate in the dark, but it seemed to be having very little effect. The light fell short of the guest room door. The shadows were thick. I opened the door. The room was cold, not the October chill I'd felt before. This was something else. This was the cold of deep winter, the cold of stone, the cold of places where nothing living stayed for long. My breath came out in clouds. My fingers were numb. The mattress seemed darker than it should have been. The impression was still there, but it had changed. It was no longer just the shape of a head and shoulders. It spread across nearly half the bed now, as if whatever had been lying there was expanding, claiming more space, becoming heavier. I stood in the doorway. I couldn't make myself move forward. And then I heard it. A sound so quiet I almost thought I'd imagined it. A breath. Not my breath. Not the house settling. A sound like someone turning over in bed. The subtle adjustment of weight on a mattress. The small sound of someone shifting in their sleep. The impression on the mattress deepened. I left the room. I closed the door. I stood in the hallway with my hand still on the doorknob, my heart moving too fast, and I understood something very clearly. I wasn't being invited to leave. Something was inviting me to stay. I went back downstairs and got my phone. I searched for the address. It took me a while to find what I was looking for, but I found it eventually. A local news article from 17 years ago. A woman named Blake, no family mentioned, no surviving relatives, found by the landlord after 2 weeks. The article didn't say much. People died alone all the time. There was nothing remarkable about it. But the date of death was listed. And if I calculated backwards, if I accounted for the time she would have been lying there unnoticed and undiscovered, it would have been in that room, in that bed, in that new mattress that had come from somewhere, through some chain of estate sales and redistributions, and eventually to my mother, who had placed it on a frame in a cold guest room and asked me to sleep there. I didn't go to the guest room again, but I could feel it from the couch. That presence, that weight, that slow, patient accumulation of something that had been interrupted a long time ago and was still, somehow, trying to finish what it had started. The window opened once more that night. I heard it from downstairs, the soft slide of the frame moving up, the cold air beginning its descent into the house. And I didn't close it. I lay on the couch and listened to the cold spreading through the hallway, climbing the stairs, settling into the guest room like someone returning home at last, like someone who had been waiting a very long time to be allowed to rest again. In the morning, the window would be closed. The house would be quiet. My mother would move through it as she always did, careful not to acknowledge the presence that had become as familiar to her as furniture. And I would remain on the couch, wondering if the cold spot on that mattress would ever stop spreading, wondering if it had all the room it needed, wondering, most of all, what would happen when it finally reached the edges of the bed and had nowhere left to grow. The next morning, I didn't ask my mother about the mattress. I didn't mention the window, the sound, the expanding cold. I was afraid that speaking it aloud would solidify it somehow, would make it real in a way that silence kept at a distance. She was in the kitchen making coffee when I came down. The house smelled normal. The light was bright. She moved through the space with the same careful efficiency she always had, opening cabinets, measuring water, not looking at me directly. "Did you sleep all right?" she asked. I said yes. She nodded and didn't pursue it. That was how we had always communicated in this house, through the things we didn't say, through the space between questions and answers, through the agreement that some doors were better left closed. I went back to the guest room that afternoon. I had to. I couldn't explain the logic of it even to myself, but I felt compelled by something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite curiosity. It was something else, something like responsibility. The room was different in daylight, less threatening, almost mundane. The cold was still there, but muted, contained. The mattress looked ordinary again, just fabric and fiber, the slight depression where a head might rest. But when I stood in the doorway and looked at it carefully, I could see that the impression had indeed changed. It was broader now. It extended further toward the foot of the bed than it had before. I knew I should move the mattress, drag it out of the house, burn it, do something that felt decisive and final. Instead, I sat on the edge of the frame, not on the mattress itself, but on the wooden slats beneath it, and I tried to understand what I was supposed to do with this knowledge. The woman named Blake had died here. She had been alone. She had lain in this bed for 2 weeks before anyone knew she was gone. And now there was a mattress that came from somewhere, carrying with it the weight of that absence. I thought about the chain of objects. Somewhere, someone had gone into a dead woman's apartment and cataloged her things. Someone had handled that mattress, sold it, transported it. How many people had bought and sold it since then? How many houses had it passed through, and why had it ended up here in my mother's guest room under my mother's roof? I didn't have the answer. That night, I didn't sleep on the couch. I took my bedding back to my own room. It felt like an admission of something, a surrender. The guest room was no longer mine to claim. It had been reclaimed by something else, something that had been waiting in that mattress for a long time. My mother didn't comment on the change. She moved around the house with the same quiet acceptance. I began to wonder over the following days if she had always known. If she had bought the mattress precisely because of what it carried. If there was some part of her that understood that grief, once it had taken root in a place, required a specific kind of accommodation. I found myself spending more time in the kitchen, in the living room, the warm parts of the house. I avoided the hallway that led upstairs. Not because I was afraid, exactly. It was more that I had developed a kind of respect for the boundary. The guest room wasn't mine anymore. The cold there had nothing to do with temperature. On the 5th day, I noticed my mother standing in the doorway of the guest room for a long time. Just standing #additional middle section the house settles differently at night. I've lived here for 3 years, and I thought I understood its rhythms, the particular creaks of the stairs, the way the refrigerator hums in patterns, the soft percussion of the pipes when someone upstairs runs water. But the guest room has introduced something else entirely, a presence that doesn't quite announce itself, but rather diffuses through the walls like a slowly spreading stain. I'd tried to measure the room once in daylight with my phone's measurement app. It seemed reasonable then, approximately 12 feet by 14 with a standard closet and one window facing the side yard where the neighbor's fence leans inward with age. But measurements taken in daylight don't hold the same authority at 3 in the morning. At 3 in the morning, the room feels deeper. The wall opposite the guest bed seems further away than it should be. The corner where the shadows gather near the closet recedes into itself, creating a pocket of darkness that swallows the ambient light from the hallway. I began to notice the temperature variance. The guest room stays roughly 4 degrees colder than everywhere else in the house, even in summer. The heating specialist I called found nothing wrong. The vents are unobstructed, the registers clear, the ductwork properly routed. He stood in the center of the room, holding up a digital thermometer like a divining rod, and confirmed the anomaly. Then he left without offering any real explanation, which somehow made it worse. The wallpaper is a pattern of very faint roses, so faint that in certain light you can barely discern them. Someone chose this. Someone, years ago, stood in a showroom and decided that pale roses, barely visible, was what this room needed. Now, in the darkness, I sometimes watch those roses as if they're shifting position. There's a section near the door where one rose seems to turn slightly toward me, then away. I know this is impossible. I know my eyes are playing tricks, finding intention in randomness. But knowing doesn't stop the watching. The furniture arrangement has always seemed off, though I can't articulate precisely how. There's a dresser against the wall opposite the window and 2 small bedside tables. A chair that came with the house, upholstered in a fabric that was probably fashionable 15 years ago. A neutral beige with a settled sheen that catches light in unsettling ways. When I'm lying in my own bed, staring through the open guest room door, that chair sometimes appears to have shifted slightly. Just slightly. Enough that I'm never certain if I'm remembering its position correctly or if something has genuinely moved it. The air in the guest room has a quality I can only describe as thickness. Not humidity, I've checked this repeatedly, and the moisture levels are normal. But the air itself feels denser, as though it requires slightly more effort to breathe it. Or perhaps it's pressure. The sensation of air pressing gently against my skin when I enter. It's strongest near the bed, the guest bed, where something else is apparently sleeping. I've tried to understand what I hear during those times when I'm certain movement is happening. The sound itself defies clear categorization. It's not quite the rustle of sheets. Sheets make a specific, familiar sound, a whisper that speaks of cotton and friction. This is softer, more organic, like something shifting its weight, redistributing its mass across a surface. Sometimes there's a sound of settling, as though the mattress is conforming to the shape of an absent body. And sometimes, and this is what truly disturbs me, there's the sound of breathing. Not aggressive breathing, not heavy or labored, just the steady rhythmic respiration of someone in deep sleep. The problem is, I can't reliably hear this from my own room. The distance is too far. The sound should be impossible. Yet I hear it anyway, or I believe I hear it, which amounts to the same thing in terms of the anxiety it produces. I've stood in the hallway between the two rooms, in absolute darkness, trying to isolate the source. Sometimes it seems to come from the guest room. Sometimes it seems to be coming from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The window in the guest room doesn't quite fit right. I discovered this when I was investigating the cold. The window frame has settled slightly over the years, and there's a gap, barely visible, less than 1/16 of an inch, between the frame and the sill on the north side. On windy nights, you can hear a faint whistling there. It's almost musical, minor key, descending slightly. I've listened to it for hours, trying to determine if there's any intention to the pattern or if it's simply the physics of air moving through a narrow space. The longer I listen, the more patterns I seem to find. The closet in the guest room is shallow and narrow, with a single bar for hanging clothes. There's a shelf above it that I've never used. In my exploration of the house, I found a cardboard box up there once, containing old curtain rods and window hardware left by previous owners. I removed the box, but the shelf still bothers me. It's deep enough that the back corner recedes into complete darkness, even with a light. I don't go into the guest room closet anymore. There's something about that depth that feels unreceptive to scrutiny. The hardwood floor in the guest room has a specific pattern of scuffs and wear. There's one section beneath the window where the finish has been worn away to bare wood in a roughly circular pattern, as though something or someone has been standing there repeatedly. The pattern is more defined now than it was when I first noticed it. I'm certain of this, though I have no photographs from before to verify it. But I'm certain. The paint on the walls is eggshell finish, a warm ivory that was described as soft taupe when I had the room professionally painted 2 years ago. In daylight, it's pleasant and neutral, but at night, especially in the particular quality of darkness that exists between midnight and dawn, the color seems to shift toward something warmer, more amber, more like the color of old photographs. There are places where the paint seems slightly uneven, though the painter assured me the prep work was meticulous. Near the light switch, there's a section where the paint catches the light differently, as though something wet has been wiped across it and dried. I've measured my own sleep patterns obsessively since this began. I've recorded the times when the sounds in the guest room occur. I've noted my own sleep/wake cycles, my REM patterns according to my smartwatch, the ambient temperature in my room, the atmospheric pressure from weather apps, the phase of the moon, my caffeine intake, my stress levels. I'm searching for correlation, for some rational framework that explains why my sleep is disturbed, why I wake at specific times and hear specific sounds, why the evidence of another person sleeping in the room next to mine has become not just possible, but inevitable. The data is useless. Or rather, the data suggests patterns that my rational mind rejects. The sounds in the guest room don't correlate with my own sleep cycles. They don't correlate with external variables. They seem to follow their own schedule, their own logic. They happen more frequently on nights when I've specifically told myself I won't think about them. They fade into silence when I'm desperate to hear them clearly. I've begun to wonder if I'm being studied in return, if whatever is sleeping in the guest room is aware of my attention, my measurements, my careful documentation, if my scrutiny of those sounds has become some kind of interaction, some form of contact that I didn't intend to initiate. This thought should feel paranoid, and perhaps it is. But there's a mounting sense of directedness to the sounds, as though they're becoming more deliberate, more precisely positioned at the threshold of my perception, close enough to disturb my sleep, but not close enough to be unmistakable. The question that keeps me awake, that keeps me staring at the ceiling in my own room while listening to the space next door, is whether the presence in the guest room is aware of my fear, and whether it's feeding on that fear, or whether my fear is simply the most reasonable response to genuine intrusion, and the presence, whatever it is utterly indifferent to my emotional state, and has simply chosen the guest room as a place to rest. Both possibilities are equally unbearable. There, hands at her sides, not moving. I almost asked her what she was doing, but I didn't. I understood in that moment that she was doing the same thing I had done. She was bearing witness. That night, I heard the window open again. Not all the way, just enough to let the cold in, just enough to let something move more freely through the upper reaches of the house. I lay in my bed and listened to it, and I didn't get up. I didn't close it. I let it open. The sound of that window became a kind of rhythm over the following weeks. It would open sometime in the night. I never caught the exact moment, and in the morning it would be closed again. My mother and I developed a routine around it. We would pass each other in the kitchen, in the hallway, in the careful spaces of our shared life. And we would not discuss the window or the room or the cold that had become almost comfortable now. But there was a change in the house that couldn't be ignored. The air itself felt different. It was as if the walls had become slightly more permeable. Sounds carried differently. The shadows under the furniture seemed deeper. And there was a presence that wasn't threatening anymore. It was something else. Something like having a guest who had decided to stay. A month after I first saw the impression on the mattress, I was standing at the kitchen sink washing dishes. My mother was in the other room. The house was quiet in that particular way it had become, that attentive silence. And I noticed something small. A strand of hair, very light, very fine, caught on the rim of a drinking glass. It wasn't mine. It wasn't my mother's. I looked at it for a long time before gently brushing it away. And then I understood, finally, that the presence in the guest room wasn't just haunting the mattress anymore. It had begun very slowly to move through the rest of the house. It was becoming domestic. It was learning the rhythms of our lives. It was becoming family. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, I felt something like acceptance. My mother had been alone before I came here. She had been living in this house with its cold spots and its windows that opened at night, carrying the weight of whatever Blake had left behind. And maybe that was why she had invited me to stay. Not because she wanted help, but because she wanted someone else to understand that grief, once it found the right place, sometimes asked only for acknowledgement, not exorcism, not escape, just the quiet agreement to live alongside it, to make room for the cold, to leave windows unlocked on winter nights. That night I didn't close my bedroom door all the way. I left it open just enough to let the air from the guest room drift through, carrying with it the slow, patient weight of a woman who had been sleeping alone for 17 years and had finally found a way to rest that didn't end. The cold didn't bother me anymore. It was becoming familiar, almost friendly, almost like home.